The guy in red asks Happiness to think about the fact that no one knows about this hidden dungeon. After all, if you clean it up without making any unnecessary noise, then all the loot will be theirs. There is someone who agrees with him. Happiness ponders the words about the seekers receiving pennies for clearing dungeons. In the end, he agrees with his comrades, announcing that they will clear the dungeon on their own. Our main character, whose name is Will, expresses doubt about this. She thinks that this might be a risky undertaking. But her interlocutor interrupts the girl. He asks her when they will have such a chance again. And this time, everyone agreed. The guy asks if she really enjoys making him look like an idiot, and the girl is at a loss under the pressure. Her interlocutor laughs off her concerns and reminds her of how many problems she has caused. He suggests that she leave the team if she can't handle it, despite the fact that the girl is strong. The guy asks if she really thinks she will be accepted somewhere without his help. And, having received what he wanted to hear, he calls the girl's choice wise, and she mentally agrees. And Happiness asks if Will knows that he does this out of love. The brunette agrees, and she thanks the guy for being the only one capable of loving such a worthless thing. The guy is satisfied and tells the girl to go first, because she is a tanker. Will utters something unintelligible, but thinks that he doesn't want to disappoint Happiness anymore. With each new step, the bad feeling inside the tanker girl grows. When she stops, her knees start to tremble with fear, and her hair stands on end. The premonition did not deceive, as Will thought. They found themselves face to face with insects. But that's not even what's scary. This guy refuses to believe that there are so many of them. The insects, beginning to click their mandibles in a frightening manner, produce a piercing ultrasound. Leaning forward sharply, keeping pace with his opponents, the boy orders his comrade to deal with them. One of the girls shouts a curse at either him or the person attacking her. Happiness reminds Will that the bugs are their concern, telling him to focus on holding the front. Agreeing, the girl activates the shield, thinking that she must hold out. On the other side of the scale, Will puts the thought that they might lose. Some attacks manage to get through, and the girl screams in fear. She immediately pulls herself together, mentally ordering herself not to be afraid, because they have almost broken through. Before dying, the insect makes a long, creaking sound that does not bode well. The girl's face becomes even more doomed as the number of opponents increases. They ask Happiness what they should do, but he himself has no idea how to proceed in such a situation. Meanwhile, Will gasps from another cut, and inconsolable thoughts creep into his head. She doesn't understand how much longer she has to wait, and the pain only makes this picture worse. It's unbearable to hold on. Will asks Happiness to heal her, admitting that he can no longer hold back the onslaught. But turning towards the guy, she notices a very interesting picture. The girl cannot believe that her comrades are running away, leaving her in the thick of the battle. She calls for Happiness, and he, calling Will an idiot, reminds her of the order to hold the front. The girl no longer sees the point in holding back these creatures. Their numbers are not decreasing. Therefore, throwing down the shield, she hurries to the team with the last of her strength, asking them to wait for her too. The girl is amazed that Happiness is not going to save his partner. He doesn't care, and he slams the door right in her face, and Will crashes into a solid barrier, desperately drumming on it. The girl begs Happiness and the others to let her in. The voice trails off as the words about her boyfriend not caring about her reach her ears, and the enemies don't hesitate, getting ever closer with their rattling squeal. Will pulls himself together, realizing that now is not the time to despair. Looking around to check possible escape routes, the girl gathers her strength. She takes off and rushes forward, thinking that she must survive. The naive girl believes that as long as she is alive, Happiness will return and pull her out of here. Lost in her thoughts, Will belatedly stops, not noticing the obvious. Something huge and incomprehensible makes the girl switch, thinking in a different direction. Looking at the clot of energy, Will tries to understand what it is. She has never seen anything like it. Mesmerized, she moves closer as the ball also moves towards her. There is a ring on the snag finger, and the girl takes it off and begins to examine it. The guess that this is the hidden treasure comes to Will's mind. Putting the accessory on her finger, the girl slowly twists it several times. A system window appears in front of her, and everything soon becomes clear to the girl. She learns that the ring of the parasite affects the wearer's rank, life, and heals him. Reading the words that the host will not die until the incubation is complete, Will becomes disappointed. She screams desperately, not understanding what good the ring would do then. And behind us, a familiar, piercing squeal is heard. Getting closer and closer, a horde of screeching insects descends on Will at once, knocking the girl off her feet, falling into their power. The only thing the girl thinks about is asking for help, at least from someone. At some point, she doesn't even have the strength to whisper, just to think. With the last of his strength, Will tries to move his lips to utter a request to stop, but these prayers do not touch the soulless beetles, and the woman's hand goes limp and lifeless. And at that very moment, the ring is activated, wrapping the wearer's fingers in magical light. Words come into Will's head that the host will not die until the incubation is complete. Belatedly screaming, the girl falls silent and sits up, trying to bring her breathing back to normal. Looking at his hand, Will speculates that she has somehow been resurrected. Trying to understand how this happened, a more pressing thought suddenly comes to mind. The insatiable insects still stand in front of her, drooling with hunger. Remembering the torment she experienced, the girl runs away, screaming loudly, but in vain. A moment later, they catch up with her, knocking a stifled cry from her throat. The torment is repeated. The screams, which were previously loud, become quieter with each passing second. But the ring bearer cannot die until the incubation is complete. So he is resurrected again, and she is also overtaken by the ill-fated creature again, causing a cry full of pain and horror. The beetle grabs the girl by the leg, causing her to reflexively ask him not to do it. Will cries out to Happiness, frantically begging him to come back and save his girl. And the next tormentor is already behind you, blowing his foul breath onto your skin. Will, not finding anything better, begins to beg him, imploring him not to kill. But all this is in vain. The creatures do not know pity. They are driven only by animal instincts. Will is already losing count not only of the system windows with their damned notifications, but also of time. At first, she tries to understand this, but then she corrects herself, because she now only desires death. She doesn't want to believe that she is destined to live forever as food for these monsters. Wandering aimlessly around the area, the girl stumbles upon a sword, seemingly her own. It turns out he was lying nearby. Will remembers that Happiness gave it to him for his birthday. The girl's look changes dramatically when she, calling the guy a bastard, remembers that she didn't mean to. Will had no intention of going to that godforsaken place, but Happiness forced her. Reaching for the sword, the girl desperately hammers into her head the thought that she will kill him. Swinging her sword back, she kills the monster with one blow, and the system sends a notification about it. Dropping to one knee in sheer exhaustion, Will tries to piece it all together, but it is not possible to reflect for long, since the sounds of insects are heard nearby. The girl begins to swing her sword without sparing herself, at the same time increasing her characteristics. Defeating the last monsters increases Will's accuracy by several points. As the wounds from the battle heal, the girl begins to laugh hoarsely. Now, experiencing it firsthand, she begins to understand the usefulness of the artifact. Realizing his own superiority, Will begins to laugh madly, inviting the next monster to dance. The girl promises to leave no one alive. In her mind, she also turns to Happiness, vowing to definitely get out of this place. Tormented by the desire to carry out her revenge as quickly as possible, the girl breathes rapidly. The next enemy dies, cutting off his rasping scream, followed by another. As Will cuts insects into pieces, he experiences an unforgettable and intoxicating thrill. And this turns out to be dangerous for her, because the girl loses her vigilance for a moment. Gasping in surprise, groans of pain escape Will's lips as the wound is further irritated. But the ring flashes its bright light, executing the ability. The girl, turning sharply and cursing, cuts off the head of the previously unnoticed enemy. As soon as part of the insect touches the ground, Will kicks it furiously. The movement causes pain to the girl. She knows that it is bad, that the wound is penetrating. But the enemies still have no limits. They once again surround the swordswoman in a tight ring, but she is filled with a mad excitement again, and the girl invites the bugs to attack her. There seem to be more of them, but something is wrong. Will asks the insects about it. She grins, calling them names and asking what happened to them. And then, as if succumbing to provocation, the beetles rush into battle, emitting piercing sounds. Will becomes funny again. She does not restrain herself in this desire. The level increase makes the tanker feel amazing, She is jubilant, and he understands that with each new death, he wants to kill more and more. Along with this comes an increase in stats, and Will is already exceeding his capabilities. Diving down on her opponents, the girl screams, telling them to die. When it lands on the ground, it not only kills those closest to it, but also damages those further away. Thus, the girl manages to clear the Eternal Sanctuary alone, and the reward is calculated. Will spent 434 hours in the dungeon, and the system sends a notification, informing the owner that rank A has been reached. Looking at the opening door, the girl cannot believe that it is all over. She grins, thinking that she has spent too much time in this place. A faint chomping and whistling sound can be heard among the fallen insects. Not all of them were dead. Will is merciless because no one ever spared her, despite the girl's desperate pleas. She revels in the fact that she can now go out and eat the bastards who abandoned her alive. Some time ago, Hapens was shouted at and asked how he could close the door in front of a girl. She is shocked that this guy pushed Will around and then left him to die. Hepenese reminds them that they all escaped, and that otherwise they would be dead. A third person intervenes in the conversation, agreeing with the leader and saying that it's every man for himself. Rizhulia also makes a contribution, reminding her interlocutor that she is also a C rank. The girl, hearing such speeches, says that if this is the case, she is already fed up with such a group. She promises to tell everyone, as soon as she gets out, about what they were all up to here. The second believes that death in the dungeons has absolutely no meaning. Happiness stretches his lips into an unpleasant grin and sneers contemptuously. Turning to Eve, the guy pushes off from the wall, moving right in her direction. He asks her what if they leave her this time. The girl can't believe her ears, and Hepens adds fuel to the fire by reminding her of her rank and the dungeon rank, which is higher. Eve begins to speak but stops short. Her interlocutor asks her what she was afraid of. He says he wanted to suggest that they get out of this place together, without holding grudges against each other. Hepens adds that Will chose to stay, so it's not their fault. At the same moment, a loud explosion is heard very close by, washing over everyone with its wave. Eve, already scared, becomes even more uneasy, while the others are still surprised. A familiar voice, approaching, asks what's wrong, because he's still the same. Coming out into the light of day, the girl, by her standards, notices that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Happiness can't believe her eyes when she sees Will approaching in front of her. Although he doesn't understand her greeting, the guy pulls himself together and switches to something else. He is now incredibly interested to know how the girl survived in this dungeon. Eve stutters when she says her former teammate's name, and Hapens suddenly changes his shoes, expressing joy at the return of his girlfriend. He apologizes to her for not being able to save her, about to add something else. He pauses and then explains that he had no choice, as it was all for the group. Will says he knows she understands, and the guy is happy with the predictable answer. And then he thanks this kind soul who, as always, understands everything. Turning to her again in an attempt to say something, Happiness stops short, recoiling in fear. He can't understand what this strange look is. The guy has never seen anything like it. As he begins to examine the girl, Happiness notices torn and dirty clothes, but the girl doesn't have a single scratch, which makes you think that something is wrong. The couple's reunion is interrupted by a third participant, who loudly places his hand on the girl's shoulder. He agrees with the leader, expressing joy that Will understood everything correctly. The guy invites the girl to go again and fight this time with the final boss. Will laughs, wondering if they hadn't already killed him while waiting for her. She thanks her friends, and Happiness relaxes a little, chalking it all up to paranoia. The hugger agrees, saying that he couldn't even move from the spot, he was so scared. And this trio, talking along the way, leaves under the long gaze of their leader. He still wonders if it's just his imagination, or if his girlfriend really came out of the dungeon differently. These thoughts do not allow Happiness to relax properly, forcing him to remain tense. The peaceful tranquility of the forest is disturbed by a flock of birds that take to the sky, disturbed by something. Following this, the sound of mighty hooves belonging to the final boss reaches the ears. He is a B-rank monster and is called the Moose Fist. Happiness peers out from behind a tree, tracking the target with his team. He tells them to get ready, ordering them to go out in the same formation as before. Will must draw attention to herself, and the others must attack at the right moment. The guy addresses the girl personally, asking her to simply distract the boss. When she agrees, Haepines again says that they must act according to the plan. But neither he nor the others expected such a quick reaction from their tanker. They wonder why she suddenly started off alone. Haepines tries to call out to the girl. Will does stop, but only to slam his shield into the ground and scream. Her scream is so powerful that leaves fly off the trees. It is a call. Naturally, this does not go unnoticed by the boss monster's ears. He strikes a pose and responds to his opponent's cry with one of his own. Happiness doesn't understand what this crazy woman is doing. Considering her to be too aggressive, he orders the entire crew to immediately position themselves behind the tanker. The creature, seeing the source of the sound, rushes towards it, stomping heavily. The team captain encourages the participants, saying that it is only a B-rank boss. When the monster hits the tank's shield, the girl moves forward. Haepines reminds her that all she needs to do is hold the line. And at that very moment, the girl is thrown into the air by one powerful movement of the beast's head. Haepines looks up at his team's tanker with apprehension, but it wasn't the monster that hit her. But she herself somehow miraculously dodged it. The guy in red thinks to himself, wondering what would happen if Will retreated now. His look becomes completely wild as he starts to speak, but stops short. Looking at these massive horns, the guy understands perfectly well what fate awaits him. And so it happens. And he releases his last words along with the blood. The girls, seeing such a terrible sight, begin to back away, trying to make themselves smaller. Haepines tries to find a way out, but the proximity of danger confuses all his thoughts. Will, meanwhile, lands deftly on a giant head, not far from his former friend. She addresses him, still alive, assuming that he is probably in great pain. In an apology, Will says she was so scared that she accidentally tripped, and she speaks in the tone in which Happiness spoke to her, saying that they must understand her. Settling more comfortably on the boss, the girl directs him towards the frightened people. They barely manage to jump to the side to avoid being hit. But it wasn't easy. Haepines angrily asks the girl why the hell she is doing such a thing. She also asks, as if by the way, what, in his opinion, all this looks like. The guy asks her to stop fooling around and come back down right now. The girl is extremely amused by the word fooling around, and she asks him to repeat it to clarify. Glancing at the already dead man, she asks if Happiness really thinks this is a joke, and then gradually, the harsh truth begins to dawn on everyone present. Taking the silence in his own way, Will forces the animal to turn around. She invites her former companions to see who can last the longest. By grabbing the fur differently, Will makes the monster rear up. The next moment, giant hooves sink into the ground, causing the little people to scream. Sitting among the potholes during a break, they try to bring their ragged breathing back to normal. Rejulia turns a hunted look to the leader, asking what they should do now. He says that she will take the blow, and he will heal her from behind. The girl is confused, because she has never tanked bosses before. The guy breaks down, saying that otherwise they will all die. Nothing else matters. Haepines reminds us that he is the leader of this group, and that we must obey him. The guy asks the girl to focus on defense, promising to support her. He expresses confidence that they will definitely be able to get out of this place. Asking if they are finished, Will suggest that they start over. Haepines is not as talkative as before, but he still allows himself a witty remark. Inwardly, he wonders how a C-rank person can control Boss B, and the monster with the girl sitting on it is getting closer and closer, making my knees shake. When he gets close enough, the guy gives the order to set up a block. Fearing to the point of blackness before her eyes, the girl helps herself to hold on with a warlike cry. By some miracle, she manages to successfully put up and hold the shield, and there are joyful cries from behind. Haepines expresses joy about this, but Eve is in no hurry to be hopeful. And this is reasonable, because the redhead's success does not last long. It breaks her. Looking at the mutilated body, Happiness's breathing becomes ragged and quickens. He can't believe that the second member of his team has already died. Will is impressed and asks what's wrong with this monster. Why is it so strong? The thing is that for some reason, a creature of rank A somehow moved to rank B. While thinking, the girl comes up with the idea that the ring is the cause of everything. But for now, she doesn't care much about that. First and foremost, she needs to kill this guy. By directing the animal towards the said one, Will forces him to apply diligence. Sometime later, she acknowledges the fact that Happiness is still holding on. In between catching his breath, the guy turns to his ex-girlfriend. She pauses, asking him in a frighteningly indifferent tone what is the matter. The guy hesitates, mentally noting how easily the girl handles the boss. He is almost certain that she has the treasure from the dungeon, hence the change in her character. Suddenly, the guy says something that Will never expected from him. He apologizes to her, and not just verbally. Happiness slavishly falls to his knees before her. The girl then asks him what he is apologizing for, if that's the case. Happiness repents of his sins, telling how he closed the door and ran away, how he manipulated. Will isn't impressed, so the guy says it's because it wasn't like that. The girl says that he likes to complicate things by asking if he knows the reason for his anger. When asked, she begins to say that it is only because of one thing. Feeling hope for salvation in these words, Hepin asks to tell him what it is, and Will speaks, considering the boy's mere existence a serious problem. Calling him a bastard at the end, the girl gives a mental order to the creature. It turns out that just one blow is enough to accomplish the intended goal. Throwing her head back, the girl begins to laugh madly, reveling in satisfaction. But suddenly she falls silent, her gaze instantly finding the last survivor. Dismounting from the moose, the girl acknowledges the fact that it is still here, and the frightened woman, seeing her interlocutor approaching, begins to stutter, trying to speak. Will thinks about sparing her, and the girl's voice immediately cuts through. The brunette's memory flashes back to how this girl argued with Happiness. An idea appears in the girl's head about how all this can be turned to her advantage, and she agrees, saying that now Eve had better listen to her. Will is open about the reason why she is going to spare her. She asks the girl not to forget that they are people, and she agrees with her friend. Will says there's something else that's important to never forget. The girl starts talking about what will happen if her interlocutor spills the beans. She cuts through an A-rank monster with just one swing, leaving the onlookers stunned. The girl screams in fear as drops of blood rain down on the ground from the giant's height, and Will evasively asks if his interlocutor knows what will happen in that case. Eve at first simply nods his head, unable to force a word out, then speaks. Will is satisfied with the fact that they will stick together from now on. Eve agrees, and his interlocutor remembers that they still need to collect magic stones. The girl agrees with this too, saying that everything will be done in the best possible way. From the outside, the portal is enveloped in small static discharges, and those around it observe. And then two girls appear from it. The people who greet them are waiting, but no one else is visible. A member of the dungeon regulation group of the Gads Guild asks about this. Will, as if nothing had happened and without explanation, replies that everyone else is dead. Eve tells that the boss monster's rank has increased and his comrades have sacrificed themselves. Will, who had stepped aside, stopped, began to tremble and sob. Eve demonstrates how deeply, to the point of tears, the girl experiences the deaths of her comrades. She says that, leaving the magic stones here, they will leave as they are both shocked. This man can't believe that the low-ranking one survived while the rest died. He comes closer to the girls, reminding them of the level of this dungeon. The head of the Gads Guild and Hepina's uncle orders everyone to tell everything that happened inside without concealment. Will can hardly contain himself, remembering that this man is still here. The man starts shouting, believing that the increase in the rank of that deer does not matter. And he also blames the girls for failing to do their job of protecting the attackers. Will finds the moralizing so boring that she can't help but yawn. Eve mentally curses his neighbor, because they could be sent to prison if they find out the details. The man is angry that Happiness died, not knowing how to explain everything to his father. The guild is also in financial trouble, which doesn't add any joy to this incident. Will, his eyes fixed on his boss's expensive watch, can't help but let out a smirk. She notes that the man buys himself the best of everything, complaining about the lack of money. The girl also talks about a suit from a famous brand and a car worth millions. He pays the minimum wage for them to risk their lives, while he lives in luxury. There are disgruntled conversations behind him, and the man catches several glances at himself. But he is also stunned that this girl suddenly decided to behave differently, to speak out. After all, usually she was quieter than water, lower than grass, silently and constantly remaining in the shadow of Happiness. And he angrily says that the girls will have to take responsibility for what happened. The man orders him to find a dungeon for tomorrow, and Eve tries to appeal to him for justice. They shut her up, saying that they should actually be grateful to him for such generosity. White Puff thinks that without his nephew, It will be extremely difficult to find new people. The man says out loud that Will should have died instead of the guy. Despite the fact that the girls are C rank, the guild leader considers inaction unacceptable. He manages to notice and turn around at the last moment, but does not have time to do anything. Swinging his arms with all his heart, Will breaks sharply and carries out his little revenge. The man gasps, choking. The cigarette falls from his mouth, tears welling up in his eyes. The men are not only stunned by the attack on their boss, they are almost physically sympathetic. Eve, however, cannot help but let out a stunned cry, amazed at the madness of this woman. She just laughs, happy that she hit the bullseye. White Puff groans in pain. Giggling with satisfaction, the girl advises her interlocutor not to be so dramatic. She asks why he doesn't go into the dungeon himself to look for the money. The man asks what has come over her, assuming that this is the girl's true face. She starts laughing, saying that this man even uses the same phrases. Will says this family trait irritates her to death. She admits that she almost kicked the bucket instead of his precious nephew. Asking what she was carrying, White Puff gradually began to guess for himself, saying that he and Hapines broke up. Will asks not to mention this guy anymore. Bringing the conversation to a close, she says that she is also leaving the guild, and the man panics. The girl notes that she should have thought about this earlier and treated her better. She offers her interlocutor another blow, but he refuses, breaking into a squeal. Something comes to the girl's mind and she starts rummaging through her pockets. She says that even though it's not much, the man needs this money more. It's a sign of condolence. Will suggests that White Puff take good care of the boy's final farewell. Yawning, she says that she is very tired. And Eve, following the elder, joins in with words of gratitude. She asks Will if the head will be okay because he is not getting up, she is sure. Looking at the borrowed t-shirt, the girl asks her interlocutor if she likes rock music. The answer is no. It's the first thing you see in the store when it comes to shopping. When she says that Will might buy such a thing, she says that Happiness wouldn't like it. Eve asks what she is talking about because he knows perfectly well that this man is no longer there. The girl bursts into flames, beaming with happiness, and states the fact of his death. Joyful as a child, she adds that it was she who killed him. Eve thinks that this girl scares her when she changes so abruptly. She apologizes and asks why Will suddenly wanted to go to her house instead of his own. The question about the girl not having her own home makes her expression change, but then she changes again, asking if she can stay here for a while. Will says she lived with Happiness before and doesn't want to go back there. The girl wants to refuse, but she fears that she will die if she does so. Eve allows it, but only for a short time, and her interlocutor thanks her very emotionally. The girl asks about Will's future plans, since she left the company because of discomfort. She asks her interlocutor if she has any guild in mind. The answer is negative. Eve asks about living expenses, and is told about millions in the piggy bank. The interlocutor is surprised by the amount, recalling Happiness's words about taking on the expenses himself. Will says the guy paid a deposit, but they split the rest equally. Eve understands that here too, this braggart was embellishing, trying to make himself look better. The girl wonders why Will doesn't have any plan. It's annoying. So she asks her interlocutor what she is going to do next. Look for a job. She thinks, slowly saying the words that for now she doesn't want anything. She adds that she has already achieved what she wanted, and now she doesn't know where to go. Eve doesn't quite understand the girl, so he asks directly what the goal was. Will finds the answer obvious. She wanted to find her comrades and deal with them. Eve, trying to put on a smile, thanks her interlocutor for not killing her. She starts laughing, saying that she finds this kind of reaction amusing. Will's stomach rumbles pitifully, and the girl stops laughing, freezing. Eve asks his interlocutor if she is hungry, and she obediently confirms these words. Then Eve asks what the girl would like to eat, offering options along the way. The interlocutor says that she doesn't know, because Happiness forbade her to eat at such a time. Hearing the words that the guy didn't want the girl to get fat, Eve is taken aback. By calling him a crazy bastard, she becomes convinced that he deserved to die. Will asks why Eve is so angry, and she replies that it couldn't be any other way. Flattered by this, the girl admits that for the first time in her life, someone was angry on her behalf. Eve believes that anyone who heard something like that would say the guy was crazy. The girl continues to be angry with Happiness, and her interlocutor asks her to eat quickly. While Eve is peacefully snoring, Will still can't fall asleep, she's thinking. The girl hadn't thought about what she wanted from this life for a very long time. The first thought that comes to mind is that she wants to stop exploring dungeons. She doesn't want to be a member of the guild either. Right now, Will wants to take a break from everything. The girl thinks about how nice it would be to just be weird and live comfortably. A strange feeling interrupts my measured dreams, destroying the magic of this moment. Will jumps up abruptly in bed, his breathing quickening, his heart racing. The girl is desperately trying to understand what just happened. The sensations are unpleasant, and all because she begins to feel as if there is something in her stomach. Carefully dangling her legs over the side of the bed, the girl thinks hard about this. Assuming that it is all because of the ring, she comes to the conclusion that it can be removed. The system notifies the girl that the parasite ring cannot be removed. Will thinks about this too, suggesting that this object cannot grow onto her. Therefore, she is not going to give up trying to remove it, putting in more effort. A strong pain in the girl's stomach pierces her body and she screams involuntarily. Will assumes that this is her way of warning her not to take off the ring. The girl begins to study the system window. The words about incubation make her think, trying to imagine what exactly should hatch. The imagination paints terrible pictures. The girl swallows nervously, allowing her brain to cool down a little from the intense thought. But nasty thoughts still creep into her head. Will remembers that she was saved by the ring. However, he believes that now is not the right time to relax. Looking at the ring with a penetrating gaze, Will expresses his intention to get rid of it. First, the girl wants to understand what this thing is. She understands that problems will arise if the world finds out about items of such rank, and this means that we will have to resort to some illegal methods. Will tries to find a solution all night long until the first rays of the sun. Smiling sadly, the girl understands that this is only the beginning, and a long road awaits her. Eve asks his interlocutor why she rushed to the hospital so abruptly in the morning. The girl tells her friend a half-truth, saying that she has a stomachache, and she also adds that that night she decided that she would live with Eve. The first thing that comes to mind blurts out from the interlocutor. She refuses Will. The latter asks the reason, saying that she can even pay the rent, and when he says that the apartment is already small, he suggests moving to a more spacious place. The interlocutor looks at her with bewilderment, clarifying what exactly she means. When it comes to Eve, she overcomes the temptation and still refuses. Will clarifies. Eve repeats her refusal, and her interlocutor suggests that she die. The former is surprised by such a change. The girl asks to wait until she saves up some money, and then she will leave. She argues that she doesn't want to live in Happiness's apartment. Therefore, she suggests to her interlocutor that they invest in something else together, but she refuses. Eve asks how Will plans to earn money if she just left the guild yesterday. The talk of a part-time job doesn't impress her interlocutor, so the girl talks about underground fighting. Eve can't believe his ears, asking why his friend would go to such a place. She says that she will also help her earn some money if Eve bets on her. Underground fighting here does not mean that you will have to fight in the slums. Here they are, another name for illegal fights for money. The winners take all the money that was bet on them by the spectators. Eve asks if hiding his rank would be a crime, since he is no longer an S. Will doesn't see a problem with this, since her research credentials include S, and since the fights are illegal, the girl believes that a little lie won't hurt anyone. Eve considers this logical, but as he begins to speak, he pauses, thinking hard about what will happen next. After a short silence, the girl gives in, agreeing with her neighbor. She asks if winning is guaranteed if they increase their odds. The interlocutor allows herself to smile, saying that now they speak the same language. One asks the other if this is an arena for underground fighting. The answer is yes. Will says her little brother told her about it. Eve can't believe what she heard. The latter begins to worry, fearing that they might have made a mistake, but her friend can no longer be stopped. She confidently moves forward, going inside. When the girl turns to her granny, she tears her tired, elderly gaze away from her knitting needles. Will, confident in herself, tells her silent interlocutor that she is looking for something. The elderly lady returns to her task, asking what exactly it is. When Will shows his ID, the old woman runs her eyes over him. In addition to the name, it also indicates the girl's gender, date of birth, rank, and class. The woman says she's seen brats like that before and advises them not to be brazen and to join the guild. To this, Will, with feigned enthusiasm, announces that she has left her guild. Granny suggests joining another. Rank C is hired more readily than lower ones. When Will says she's on vacation, Her interlocutor thinks there's nothing to get tired of there. She thinks that the problem is that the girl standing in front of her is spoiled. After studying Will thoughtfully with her eyes, the old woman speaks up again. She asks the girl if it is true that she killed someone. But there is an oppressive silence. The old woman is tearing it apart, talking mostly to herself about what Will has forgotten here. The girl tries to deny it, and her interlocutor interrupts her, then telling her to go home. Moving closer to the counter, Will changes his posture to one of greater arrogance. She asks what she should do to be allowed to go where she wants so much. The old lady's gaze changes, and in the oppressive silence that reigns, she begins to think about something again. Her finger rises until it reaches her lips, a call for silence. And then Will casually asks if the woman accepts card payments. She, grumbling discontentedly, advises taking cash next time, since paying by card is more expensive. Will expresses understanding over the typing sound of the cash register. The grandmother directs the girls, showing them the way straight down the corridor. When Will pulls back the curtain, Eve asks the question that has been bothering her. She asks if the entry fee was too expensive. Her interlocutor doesn't care, because she is sure that they will win more. The audience is so jubilant and cheering their favorites that it's hard to shout them down. It turns out that you can only bet with cash, which is frustrating. Will turns to his friend, but she is not there. And the girl is surprised. As she begins to wander her gaze around the area, the tanker finds her neighbor. She thinks about Eve has changed, and money becomes another issue. When the girl returns, she tenses up under the weight of her friend's gaze. She looks at her like she feels betrayed, but she doesn't say anything about it. Eve can't resist asking what that look was, and if she did something wrong. Will recalls that she forked out thousands at the grocery store while her interlocutor remains silent. Eve says that not everyone can afford such a sum. The brunette reminds him about the deposit on the apartment. The short-haired woman says that this is not her apartment, but the landlord's, and half of it belongs to the bank. The argument is interrupted by a voice asking the girls if this is their first time in this place. Looking towards the source of the sound, Will notices a guy looking at them expectantly. He asks his silent interlocutor if he can sit next to her. She speaks up, answering that she is not at all against it, and the guy takes his seat. He turns to the girl again, asking her who she is betting on. And then the redhead involuntarily helps his interlocutor, calling one team the Desert Team. The second opposing team is called Team Ocean. Will honestly answers that he is not going to bet, but to fight, and asks his interlocutor about the same. He, saying that he usually bets on indisputably strong people, gives an example. The girl herself is the one who cannot hold back her emotions for a moment. And then he wonders if he really checked her stats, and asks about her specific preferences. When Will checks the person's system window, he finds nothing. This raises deep confusion and the question of why she cannot analyze it. This may indicate that this person has either an A rank or even higher. Then Will tries to understand what a man with such an impressive rank is doing here, and she asks him directly about it. And the guy says that they only let people up to C rank in here. Rijik continues, saying that they check the seeker's tickets in advance, and then he asks if Will managed to sneak in here without being checked. The girl suggests not to poke your nose into other people's business and just continue enjoying the match. Eve intervenes in the conversation, saying that they both have the relevant certificates. He, exhaling heavily, pretends to agree, but in fact does not believe the deceiver. Eve continues to get heated up, suggesting that the drunkard not pick fights with everyone he meets. Hearing this guy addressed as uncle, Will is surprised, and his interlocutor explains. The thing is that for Eve, he looks like a man whose nose is even red from drinking. Will talks about what she sees, and an argument arises between the girls on this basis. The brunette tries to defend the position that this man's head is full of hair. Rijik starts laughing to the point of tears. He tries to speak but can't stop, and then it dawns on Will that this man is also using a hidden artifact, and he needs this in order to keep his identity anonymous. Meanwhile, the bell announces the start of the upcoming match, and the commentator opens it. First of all, as is customary, he announces which champions will fight, and when the man officially announces the start of the match, Eve rejoices at the realization of this fact. Their neighbor is still chuckling, and the girl asks him to shut up, because there is a stake at stake. Will, however, argues that the majority of seekers are of low rank. That's why they can't even tell who really is who. One of the fighters in the arena has an E rank, and his opponent is one level higher. Eve asks her friend for her opinion on the winner, and she believes that rank is decisive. The girl becomes even more confident, because she bet on a participant with a D rank. The redhead intervenes in the conversation, asking if she is sure of her opinion and whether she will change her mind. And when one hits the other, the girl asks this guy to mind his own business. It seems as if he has the initiative, but the next moment the situation changes. Seeing that the favorite was knocked over, the girl screamed in frustration and asked him to get up. Her neighbor is amused by this, laughing and calling what is happening a complete mess. And at that moment, one of the opponents, without thinking twice, sinks his teeth into the flesh of the other. Rijik is amazed that this man even sharpened his teeth for such a thing. Eve is indignant at the unflattering words, and the guy asks him to stop denying the obvious. Will enthusiastically replies that this E-ranker fights very dirty. Eve can't believe that her friend is also on the opposite side. She tenses up. When the victory of the desert team champion is announced, the red-haired man concludes that he is disabled. Eve barely audibly utters the phrase that her money was crying. And then he cries even louder, regretting the 20,000 he wasted. The guy recalls what he said before, satisfied that he was right. The other girl giggles frivolously. For her, what is happening is great fun. Eve asks her how she can laugh, since the D-ranker should have won. The girl asks her friend demandingly what about her money. Will's voice changes abruptly when she asks what the little one is doing. It suddenly dawns on her and she hurries to apologize to her friend. The girl changes the subject, asking when Will enter the ring, ready to place a bet. As she leaves, she says that she is not going to go out, as if she had changed her mind. Eve shouts after her, reminding her that Will promised to help her earn money. She no longer hears her, heading towards the guy and calling out to him, forcing him to turn around. He asks if she really decided not to participate, if her sleeping conscience has finally awakened. Will says that since she didn't earn any money because of him, he now owes her. The guy advises her not to waste her rank in this place, but it is better to join a guild. Will replies that it's just fun, asking what he's doing there. She clarifies, adjusting the question to why this guy is using illegal artifacts. He responds in the manner of his interlocutor, advising her to leave him alone as a gesture of politeness. The girl answers negatively, saying that she needs access to supply channels. She explains, asking where he got it, his artifact, his treasure. The guy asks her why, saying that he is not going to help criminals. Exhaling heavily but forcing her voice to sound condescending, the girl speaks of cruelty. Both of their attention is distracted by a sharp sound, suspiciously reminiscent of a door being knocked down. It turns out to be a raid on illegal fights, and law enforcement officers rush to arrest everyone. Sighing heavily, the guy suggests that the girl run away, otherwise problems might arise. She silences him not only by grabbing him, but also by saying that she has nowhere to go. Rijik asks Will what she does, and she offers him a choice. The first option is to take her there, and the second is to be arrested together. The guy asks the woman who is clinging tightly to him to let go, but she, laughing, categorically refuses. Will tells the officer who noticed them to arrest the guy, who thanks him. A few minutes before, nothing foreshadows irreversible consequences, after which the space around is scorched by the consequences of the greedy tongues of the explosion that occurred. Our heroes escape from the depths of the building engulfed in flames silently, and for a while they move forward in absolute silence. But not for long. Will breaks it, asking if it is legal to destroy buildings, and the redhead asks to hurry. He asks what her goal is. Does she really want to become a real criminal? Will denies this, saying that he wants to evaluate his find. Perhaps he will be able to acquire some value. She is interested in the guy's rank, and when he offers to check, she answers honestly. He suggests simply raising his rank if it upsets her so much. Will mutters resentfully that it's not as simple as his interlocutor says. Breathing heavily from exhaustion, the girl leans against the tree trunk to exhale. She concludes that this guy is too fast for an A rank. Looking at his broad back, Will guesses that he might be an S rank. The girl asks where they are going, and the guy immediately replies that they are already there. The girl looks around in bewilderment, and her gaze takes on a puzzled expression. Unable to bear it any longer, she asks her interlocutor what is in this place. The guy places his hand on the rough surface and begins to move it. It looks as if he is looking for something, and after a while his hand stops, having found what he needs. The redhead asks not to call him by name when they enter, but the girl doesn't know him. Introducing himself, Trudome assumes that she is the only researcher who does not know him. The girl agrees to the proposal to stop going through formalities. Will asks Trudome how old he is, and he replies that he is 26. The girl confirms that they are the same age and expresses joy at meeting each other. Once inside, she says she can't believe she found something like this right in the mountain. Trudome says that all this was dug up, and the girl asks who made these tunnels. Upon hearing that the researchers did this, Will expresses surprise at the fact. The interviewee says that researchers who have become criminals usually come to such places, or vice versa. Will asks how he knows so much. The guy was here often, but earlier, the girl asks about what he is doing now, making an assumption. It's about owning a guild, but Trudome only joined the existing one. Will becomes curious about which one, but the guy replies that it's a secret. The old woman finds it strange that she can't see anything at all when touched. She asks the girl where she got this artifact and how long ago she received it. Will responds, adding that it is a non-removable item, but he would like to get rid of it. The woman, puzzled, says that there must still be a way to do it. Will says that this is exactly why she came here, and they tell her that this is the first time they have encountered something like this. The girl thinks that even in this place, no one knows about this ring. The woman asks permission to try to take it off. Will allows it. The old woman reaches out and touches the ring as if the client's words mean nothing to her. And at that very moment, the girl's stomach was pierced by a familiar pain, causing her to hiss. The old woman suddenly jerked her hand away and jumped up and down, screaming. Will says it hurts when she tries to get rid of the ring. The old woman says that she can hardly appreciate it and asks the name of this ring. The girl wonders whether she should tell the name to a person she meets for the first time, so she decides to say that she was unable to determine the name of the object. The interlocutor repeats that she cannot evaluate the ring and says that she will not take money for the session. Expressing understanding with this, the girl hesitates a little, but then gets up, saying that in that case she will go. Will is about to leave, but he freezes, catching some kind of glint to his right, and turns his eyes there. She is drawn to the shadow earrings, which allow her to hide the characteristics of their wearer. This intrigues Will, even though the earrings don't work on those taller. The girl smiles, already anticipating how even S-ranked ones won't be able to see their rank, and she immediately turns to the seller to ask him about the price of the accessory. Having named a rather hefty price, the grandmother believes that someone like Will has no need for them, but the girl is absolutely sure that she wants them, asking if she can pay by card. Hearing this, the saleswoman looks at Will as if she had said something stupid. Trudome, having heard this, takes the earrings, saying that he will pay for the purchase himself. Putting on her new outfit, the girl shows it off for a while, and then turns to the guy. She asks him if he sees her characteristics. He answers negatively. When Will says she hasn't seen S-Rang, the guy responds with a mysterious vagueness. However, he is much more interested in the girl's mysterious ring, and she quickly retreats. Pretending to be interested in something on the counter, Will impresses Trudome with her speed. He slowly closes the distance between them, hissing in displeasure, and the girl ponders. She's considering whether to find another appraiser, as it could spark rumors. At the same time, Will cannot leave everything as it is. She is trying to find another way out. Suddenly, an idea comes into the girl's head about something she had successfully managed to forget. If she gets back to the hidden dungeon, perhaps the dilemma can be resolved. 11 of these have been found worldwide, and one of them is in her country. Even after clearing, they do not disappear, but reboot, which means only one thing. Will is determined to explore as many dungeons as possible, but she remembers that you can't join a dungeon without a guild, and she doesn't want to join the old one. Looking at this girl, the guy thinks, remembering how he bargained for something for her. He tried to cut the price in half, but the saleswoman was not too keen. Calling her greedy, the guy reminded the old woman that she couldn't even do the assessment. She seemed to casually remember that a new dungeon had recently appeared. Hearing this, Trudome even stopped for a moment, ceasing to count the money. Pretending that this was the way it should be, the guy turned around and spoke to his interlocutor again. Holding out more than he wanted, he remembered that she had just returned from clearing the dungeon. Sitting now with the girl, Trudome asks her full name, and she is surprised by this. The guy says he has a hobby, and that is collecting treasures. The girl reminds him that he saw with his own eyes that the ring would not come off. Labor thinks differently, He is firmly convinced that a way will always be found. Trudum ominously says that he can always take the ring along with the finger it is on. In retaliation, the girl, using the same tone, calls her interlocutor's hobby feeble. And yet it is strange, because no new dungeons have appeared lately. With difficulty, leaning even closer, he clarifies whether the girl was in the hidden dungeon. She thinks that now this man's help doesn't seem so surprising anymore. Now just one look at this guy is enough to understand. All this time, Trudum jealously hid all his magical potential of impressive proportions. It's hard to believe that she and this overwhelming pressure are separated by only one rank. However, even this cannot compare to all those days of despair spent in real hell. Unable to bear the devastating memories, Will screams, ordering his interlocutor to shut up. He reflexively covers himself with his hand when an unexpected magical wave hits him, and the one sitting next to her continues to shout, forcing her to take more decisive action. The guy is forced to cover his ears, thinking that this girl has gone crazy. He had never seen anyone desperate enough to use the skill outside the dungeon. If there is a difference in rank between researchers, they automatically obey the strongest one. However, for some reason, this girl does not have such an instinct. It looks like it was torn out by the roots, although there is another version. The guy suggests that in addition to being an innate ability, this may be acquired. Besides the crackling of broken wood and other components of destruction, breathing can be heard. Even though it wasn't easy for her, Will smugly puts the bastard in his place. Trudum apologizes to her, justifying himself by saying that his joke went too far. Pursuing a selfish goal, the guy says that there is only one way to find out about the ring. He invites the girl to go in search of the hidden dungeon together. Hearing the words that this guy will help her, Will does not trust him. In response to her interlocutor's words, the girl quietly replies that she is not hungry. Will says she has pork buttocks, reminding Eve that she likes them. The girl says that she took alcohol too, but her interlocutor replies that it was something else. She asks the brunette where she was and how she could leave Eve in that destroyed building. The girl continues to whine for a long time about how these guys left her there alone, and sometime later, the neighbor asks her if she has finally calmed down. She, eating her favorite dish, responds with consent. She really does feel better. Eve asks about Will's plans now that the arena is closed, offering to join the guild. She refuses, revealing her plans to search for the hidden dungeon. The interlocutor cannot believe her ears. She has many questions about this. Eve wonders how the girl is going to do this if she is not part of the guild. Will says the issue is resolved, and Trudum Gold said he will help her with it. Eve thinks it's a joke, but asks if this is the same Trudum Gold who has an S rank. Now Will is surprised, asking why his friend didn't recognize him at the underground fights. Eve doesn't believe her, but her interlocutor assures her that she is telling the pure truth. Then the girl shows her friend the face of their respected Trudum Gold. She wonders how she could have made such a mistake, assuming that it was because of her age. Eve asks his interlocutor if she knows the Red Ship Guild. He is from there. Will agrees that it is Trudum, but she didn't know that he was a member of this guild. But her interlocutor is deeply stunned when she hears that it really is him. She's incredibly curious to know how that guy could have turned out to be this handsome guy and vice versa. Will explains that Trudum used a treasure that changed his appearance. Eve has no words, so she screams for a long time. The girl reproaches herself for what she said to him, and Will assures her that Trudum is not angry. Eve lets out a sigh of relief and regrets that he can't even join the guild now. Her interlocutor becomes interested in what makes this guy stand out so much. Eve is angry at his friend's ignorance, but explains that the ship provides better conditions. This guild was founded by one of the 2 known SS-ranked people in the world. 3 of the 8 existing S ranks acted as assistants. Their influence was comparable to that of an entire nation because of the power these people possessed. Eve says the odds of getting into this guild are 1 in 1,000. Asking if it's tasty, the girl suggests that her friend eat more. The next day, Will silently looks at the man standing opposite him, as if he were a stone statue. Straining under the increased attention to his person, he asks, "What's the matter?" Will finds it surprising that the guy in the ship is surprised by her knowledge. A guy asks a girl, referring to a shield, why she needs it, but she doesn't understand the reason for the question. They are going underground, but Trudum says that she herself will soon understand everything. The girl asks to tell him everything now, but the guy is adamant. As he takes a step, he stops, saying that he almost forgot one more thing. Trudum advises the girl not to let down her guard for the following reason. He is sure that the hidden dungeons inside are much more dangerous than the girl can imagine. Jumping out of the makeshift shelter, the monster opens its mouth with a disgusting sound. His plan turns out to be a losing one, and the lizard soldier is sent to increase the seeker's points. Remembering her partner's words, the girl still doesn't understand that such a thing could happen. He's delighted at the joke's success. Most dungeons are like that. But Will doesn't share the delight. When asked about the location of the hidden dungeons, Trudum says that they were found in the regular ones. He adds that Will's shield irritates him and asks her to put it away in her inventory. Hearing reproachful words about her being arrogant with the A rank, the girl shuts up her interlocutor. Trudeau is surprised that the boss appeared before they even found the dungeon. He asks his partner what she thinks would be the best thing for them to do. To keep looking. Remembering the thrill of the battle, Will seriously considers this option. The lizard general manages to catch something in the back of his mind, but only a moment before. Will, after his rapid dash, asks why waste time. She thinks that if they haven't found anything yet, then he simply isn't here. And the girl suggests that the guy move on, reminding him that time is short. The ring glows as if in mockery of Will's suggestion to go to another dungeon. With a loud and piercing squeal, the insect takes off, rushing towards its victim. It bites into the tanker's shield, causing her to cry out in effort to hold back this monster. Will screams desperately, asking Happiness for support. The hand that falls on the shoulder is accompanied by a painfully familiar voice addressing the girl. Her boyfriend, in a cold voice that brooks no argument, tells Will to die for him. It's no wonder that his family sponsors the girl and allows her to live in his house. Without even intending to receive an answer, the man's hand gives a strong push, and bitter tears flow from the eyes of the girl, who did not expect such a terrible betrayal. And this man's voice continues to say that Will must earn the right to life. Jumping up abruptly from the bed, the girl suppresses the scream that had already begun. She breathes heavily. The nightmare I just saw still stands before my eyes, refusing to dissipate. To distract himself, Will raises his hand to his eyes, but notices that it is shaking. Clenching her fist vigorously, the girl reminds herself that this rotten man is dead. Then Will can't understand why he's still pursuing her. The girl says with envy that this lucky woman is already seeing her 10th dream. She mentally adds that Eve is now begging for her life to be spared now. However, Will is sure that sooner or later this girl will definitely betray her. She thinks that he can kill her at any second, but now is not the time. Once she figures out what's inside her, she won't have to go into the dungeons anymore. Will thinks with delight about the time when she will not be tied to anything. Just as the girl is about to finish her thought, her attention is distracted. As she starts to dress on the go, Eve screams desperately, the essence of which is her lateness. Will asks his neighbor where she's going, and finds out she's going to a guild interview, Lotus. While Eve is hoping for a broken alarm, her interlocutor offers her a ride. She doesn't understand what she's talking about because, as far as she remembers, Will doesn't have a car. When Eve understands what is being said, he is surprised, and even more so a little later. Trudomov, greeting the girl, reminds her of their last meeting and asks how she is doing. Unable to believe his eyes, Eve stutters and asks the boy what he is doing here. Will, saying that he is their peer, suggests omitting formalities, but Trudum does not approve. Eve is thinking about something completely different. Remembering what she said before, the girl is worried. She's afraid that Mr. Trudum Gold will kill her for her unacceptable rudeness. Therefore, the girl asks her not to kill, feeling an all-encompassing weakness. Will is amazed by this reaction, wondering if she really passed out. Trudome, on the contrary, is amused by this, and says that he finds this girl interesting. A few minutes later, the car is already cutting through the noisy city. When asked where to take her, Eve asks to stop at a certain traffic light. He asks her which guild the girl is going to interview for. When Eve answers, Will suddenly remembers the once very loud rumors. Trudum confirms that the leader of this guild has not returned from the hidden dungeon. The girl wonders why the redhead doesn't go into the dungeons with them. The interlocutor admits that he doesn't like them and says that they have a bad relationship. Will counters by reminding her how the guy wanted to cut off her fingers, and he talks about their collaboration. Eve mentally asks the couple to have a fight after she leaves the car. Later, these men meet them, confirming the fact that they are already here. He asks about the situation in the dungeon, and is allowed to go there straight away. Will inquires about the bodybuilders, to which he receives the answer that they are in charge of this place. The guy calls her a fool for her naivety, and she threatens to file a complaint against her interlocutor. Trudum says that this won't work. The girl suggests that he go to the dungeon with the head of the lotus. The guy doesn't like this prerogative. He openly says that it's too much. Then Will suggests going in, because the sooner they find the dungeon, the better. At this moment, the girl looks so beautiful that the guy is stunned, and not alone. So Trudum snaps at them, telling them to just stay outside. He makes a dissatisfied clicking sound as he tries to regain his composure. And when this works out, he agrees to go with the girl again. And Will can't understand why this guy hasn't come in yet. It's more profitable for her to finish quickly. She's distracted from her thoughts by a familiar feeling, as if the ring is starting to pulsate again. But it quickly subsides, and she brings her hand to her eyes, trying to understand what it was. The object doesn't give off anything. It feels like a completely ordinary accessory again. The girl allows herself to admit the thought that it was just her imagination. Trude asks her why she's stuck, and Will switches gears, accusing the guy of being slow. He apologizes, but these words are full of sarcasm, and in fact, Trudome does not repent. Turning away, he thinks that Will is acting like a spoiled girl. She also thinks that, first of all, she needs to collect as much information as possible about the ring. A month passes, and in the distance, the sound of flapping wings is heard, like that of a large bird. Several more join her, and the whole pack begins to track down prey. As soon as they succeed, the birds dive down like stones with a piercing cry. But because they underestimated the victim's abilities, a crushing defeat occurs. Before dying, one of the birds manages to begin its last song, and the girl begins to dance between the remaining opponents, tearing them to shreds. Noticing that Will is too active today, Trudum makes a guess about an unlucky day. It seems to him that they will not find anything today either. And the guy suggests that his partner leave. Instead of a verbal answer, the girl gives him a withering look, and suddenly he takes off, reaching his interlocutor in an instant. He, smiling, directly asks why this girl is behaving this way. He suggests that Will wants to test his abilities this way. It doesn't take much effort for a guy to restrain her, unlike the girl herself. Putting a little more pressure into the push, Trudum pushes Will away from himself, but this turns out to be enough for her to cover a decent distance. At some point, Will concentrates, forces himself to slow down, and shingles. She stops and remains inactive for a while, then comes to her senses. The girl herself is surprised by what just happened. Only the feeling is stronger than Trudum's. Noticing the confused look, the guy finds Will looking tired. He suggests that she take a rest, while he himself is going to go and tackle the final boss. Will doesn't respond to this, but an active thought process is going on in her head. Trying to bring her breathing back to normal, the girl tries to understand what she just did. Now she no longer knows whether it was right to go in search of the hidden dungeon. Each time she feels more and more strange, as if someone is trying to control her. Involuntarily glancing at the parasite ring, the girl tries to figure out what to do. Crossing the threshold of the house, Will announces his return to his neighbor. Her friend's look causes concern, and she asks what's wrong with Eve's face. She, periodically whining, shares that she was not accepted into the guild again. When asked how she is doing, Will honestly replies that in a month of searching, they have not made any progress. Giving her friend a bag, the girl offers her to order something. These words puzzle Eve, and she asks her neighbor what is inside. Will replies that they are pork legs, asking if there is alcohol in the house. Sometime later, Eve says that a nightmare is happening in her life. She is sincerely perplexed as to why she cannot find a job and makes assumptions. Eve hates that she is a support, but her drinking buddy has other thoughts swarming in her head. Forcing the latter to be distracted from them, the girl says that she wants to become stronger. Will suggests they go kill monsters, but Eve says he can't even attack properly. To this, the friend replies that in this case, the only thing left to do is to accept it. The girl starts to cry even harder, calling her interlocutor evil and insensitive. A stream of feverish thoughts takes Eve's thoughts in an interesting direction, and she asks a question. The girl assumes that Will managed to become strong so quickly because of the ring she picked out. Eve considers this a stroke of luck, and begins to think about going with her to look for the hidden dungeons. Will mentally says that she doesn't think she's lucky at all. Quite the opposite. The girl believes that if she became at least a little stronger, it would be easier for her to find a job. Will, however, continues to think that becoming prey to beetles cannot be called lucky. After all, she didn't even have the opportunity to die and had to become stronger in order to survive. Will is outraged that her neighbor, knowing nothing, continues to talk about it like that. And the girl continues to imagine how good her life would have been then. And what would have happened then? Will breaks down and asks if Eve really thinks it was luck. The girl says that her friend has completely lost her conscience to talk such nonsense. The interlocutor asks her not to jump to conclusions, and she smiles sparingly in response. When she says that this is not what she meant, Will asks a clarifying question. Eve apologizes again, citing her stupid words as having drunk too much. Remembering this picture, she wonders what she did. After all, on that day, she herself managed to miraculously survive in that ill-fated place. Eve feels uneasy at the very thought that Will decide to finish her off. Apologizing for the third time, the girl asks her neighbor to pretend she didn't say anything. Eve's voice trembled as she said that she was truly sorry, and she truly regretted what she had said thoughtlessly. The brunette's searching gaze speaks of a thorough analysis of her interlocutor. Finally, exhaling heavily, she comes to the conclusion that she could not have known this. She's always been curious, but Will asks her never to say anything like that again. When Eve agrees, the two continue their meal in silence for a while. Carefully considering the words he wants to say, Will finally speaks up. When she turns to her neighbor, she, surprised, allows her friend to continue. Will asks if the girl knows that she almost died in that dungeon after finding the ring. Eve turns out to be surprisingly smart, clarifying that her interlocutor survived thanks to the ring. Will repeats what he said earlier about not having any amazing ability. She says there is only one way to increase your stats. Just kill a lot. Having heard the words about the number of opponents required, the girl asks again, as if enchanted, but then he corrects himself, saying that he thinks there is no point to it. Will clarifies. Eve asks how the tanker managed to deal with so many beetles on its own. She recalls that the girl came out almost immediately after the door closed. A guess comes to the girl's mind, but she decides to clarify it rather than speculate. Eve asks his interlocutor about what exactly happened to her in that dungeon. She honestly answers that she died in that place, and not just once, but over and over again. The girl suggests that the number of her deaths could reach tens of thousands, and every time she came back to life, even if her arms or head were torn off. Reflecting, Will admits that in those moments she incredibly wanted to die. Eve says she doesn't understand what they're talking about, but asks to repeat what she just learned. The interlocutor agrees, saying that she did indeed die, but she also killed just as many. That's how she managed to level up, even though everything seemed incredibly wrong and distorted. Will didn't want to become stronger and take the treasures for herself. She didn't want to experience pain. She adds that when she came out, not even a minute had passed outside. Everyone was standing in their places. On this note, the girl ends her story about how she managed to become stronger. Eve considers this impossible, remembering that there was no one else in the dungeon except her. Recent events and her own cruel words involuntarily flash through the girl's mind. Nervously biting her lips, she mentally admits to herself that it didn't dawn on her right away. Eve says out loud that if what her interlocutor said is true, then she did not understand anything. Will replies that it is not necessary. She just needs to know that it happened. The girl asks why she spared her, and her interlocutor is involuntarily surprised. Eve now regrets letting that asshole close the door even more. Will continues to be surprised by the emotional reaction to what happiness has put her through. But suddenly, her lips involuntarily stretch into a silly smile, and the girl bursts into laughter. And then he bursts into loud and sincere laughter, causing a reaction in Eve. She says that she spared her not because she deserved it, but because she wanted to. She starts to say something else, but her interlocutor interrupts the brunette. The girl can't contain her emotions when she apologizes yet again. The woman sitting opposite is speechless, but she quickly pulls herself together. She asks, feigning bewilderment, if Eve is seriously crying after this. She is embarrassed, responding with an emotional denial, but the eyes cannot be deceived. He thinks about the question and answers in agreement, saying that they apologize to him. Will is surprised by the answer, so the girl asks who this person was. The guy says there were many like that, and then asks if she really didn't have one. The girl replies that this only happened once, and that was in childhood. Trude is amazed by such a life. Will agrees, and in general, She thought that all she would do was apologize to everyone. Images of memories from that fateful day involuntarily flash before my eyes. And Eve fearfully asked Hephanes not to close the door in front of his girlfriend. And then, despite the rude things Will said, she apologized with tears in her eyes. The girl didn't think that she would ask her for forgiveness. She considered it unnecessary. And yet, Will feels like it's like someone seeing the real her for the first time. The words that she had never felt anything like this stun the involuntary listener. He asks if she is talking about Eve, and the girl agrees, but the interlocutor hides his emotions. The guy notes his partner's good mood, because she wasn't even upset by a mundane failure. He is considering taking Eve along with him to better control Will, but suddenly he notices something he didn't immediately notice. A displeased voice is heard from ahead. In a parental tone, this girl asks where the guy has been all this time. He's already starting to think about what his sister will do to him if she finds out. He tries hard to turn everything into a joke, but she ignores his brother, saying that she was at the guild. The guy counters his shirking by saying he's decided to return to the black market after a break, and supposedly to find something interesting there. The girl joins in the conversation. She asks if her brother accidentally went to look for the hidden dungeons in her absence. He pretends that she irritates him, repeating that this did not happen. Hearing a word bordering on swearing, the girl teaches Trudome a lesson for educational purposes. He jumps up and denies that this word is a swear word, and is directed at his sister in general. The same one, excited by the upcoming foolishness, gives it a start, and she rushes towards the impudent man, ordering him to watch his language in her presence. She says that the head of the guild told her that Trudome had not been there for a long time. The girl promises not to hit him if he tells the truth, but the guy continues to refuse. The blonde stands her ground, asking what he had been doing all this time. Mentally apologizing to Will, the guy says out loud that he was dating a girl. The blonde stops abruptly, stunned by the words, and asks them again in disbelief. She wonders how her brother managed to meet some girl in the first place. He feigns indignation, asking how anyone could say such a thing to his brother. She apologizes, admitting that she still simply cannot believe what happened. She asks where they met, and Trudome carefully replies that he went to the fights, and it was there that he met this girl. He asks his sister if she understands this. After all, as soon as he saw Will, he immediately realized that this was his man. The guy mentally feels sick of himself, but he can't do anything about it. The secret is more important. He continues to make things up, saying that after they talked, they started dating. The blonde begins to suspect something is wrong, wondering if her brother has made the girl up. But still, she is more inclined to believe that this is true. And then something else becomes important. He calms his sister down with difficulty, saying that she is not dangerous, just a C rank, not a member of the guild. The guy says that now is the best time to meet, which is why they became so close so quickly. He mentally apologizes to Will once again, saying that he absolutely needs to survive. The blonde gets angry, asking where he has time for girls when he has to work. The guy, getting irritated and flaring up, says that he knows about it perfectly well. The interlocutor asks him to be careful, because the head of the guild is actively looking for him. The guy expresses understanding and thinks about what he should do now. He also thinks that the blonde is teasing him like this because there are few hunters these days. The group leader orders them to remain in position, saying that he will do so when he gives the signal. And it is interrupted by surprise when the rising wind blows from two sides at once. The thing is that these two are not going to submit to the usual way of life. Crushing the monsters, Trudome declares that today he will be the one who wins. But his opponent does not agree with this outcome and tries to keep up with her brother. Smiling contentedly, she stops him, asking him not to run ahead of the locomotive. Although everyone usually followed the leader's instructions, these two didn't care about him. The brother and sister were simply competing with each other, enjoying their game. At the same time, they complemented each other perfectly in their intentions and thoughts. This did not leave the best impression on their teammates. They caused a lot of trouble, and eventually all the guild members stopped cooperating with them. The girl asks if her brother knows anyone useful. Participants are needed for the new season. He asks with difficulty whether it's worth bothering so much, since he could take one of the new guys. The blonde asks if they can work together, and the guy finds the question reasonable. Sighing heavily, he promises to try to find someone suitable. The blonde finds an alternative by suggesting that her brother invite his girlfriend. He strains, trying to digest what he just heard, and at the same time, asking again. Trudome asks why her, His sister reminds him that she is a hunter without a guild. She thinks it's cute when there's a couple on a team, so you can go on dates in the dungeons. The blonde asks not to worry about her, because the most important thing for her is to kill as many monsters as possible. She says she'll be interested to see how many she can kill in that time. Trude, carefully calling his sister, asks her what's wrong with her eyes. When the blonde starts bombarding the guy with questions about Will, he thinks she's crazy. Looking at the windows of her house, the girl sighs heavily and then speaks. She never thought she would say this, but she doesn't want to go back. Yesterday was a terrible day. Will's story made the girl apologize, and yet now she can no longer look at her neighbor in the same way. Eve doesn't know what to do, but she knows that Will probably has nowhere to go right now. She feels she should take better care of her neighbor if she can repay him in this way. Will appears out of nowhere, causing his friend to scream in fright. Eve notices that her friend is early today, and she laughs and says that she was waiting for her. A brunette announces that she is going to move, which leaves one puzzled. Eve can't understand what's wrong with her, remembering that she had nowhere to go. Not long before, Will was reflecting on how she had failed to find what she wanted again today. She wants to find at least some information about the ring, because the girl feels stranger. Nothing happened to her body then, but no one can guarantee something similar in the future. Will is almost certain that this is all happening because of the parasite ring. It's one thing if it happens in a dungeon, and quite another if it happens outside. Eve guesses what it all turned out to be. Will doesn't want to put his friend at risk. She confirms these words and sums up by saying that this is precisely why she is moving. Eve asks if Will has found an apartment, and she replies that she hasn't found one yet. The girl asks if she prepared all of this, and her interlocutor confirms this. Will was worried that she wouldn't succeed due to a long lack of practice, but she was worried in vain. The girl says that she used to always cook for Happiness, and then begins to threaten the dead man. Eve starts coughing, and the woman sitting opposite her solicitously advises her to eat more slowly. The girl starts to tell her friend something, but hears a melody coming from her smartphone. Taking the phone in her hands, she intends to find out who sent her a message at this hour. And at that very moment, she runs out of words. The bar of emotions begins to rise. Eve lets out a delighted cry, causing her friend to ask what happened to her. The interviewee announces that she has passed the selection interview. Will echoes his neighbor's enthusiasm by asking where she applied, and, still not believing his luck, Eve replies that it was the Red Ship Guild. The girl prays to successfully pass the second interview, promising obedience. It will take place in 3 days and requires you to form teams with others who have come to the dungeon. Eve asks for more alcohol, because she is happy and excited. Will supports her. Later, they drink, and this affair drags on for several more hours. Laughing happily, Eve admits that she is very happy, that this is what is good about life. Her neighbor laughs cheerfully, noticing that her friend is completely drunk. Will wishes his neighbor good night in response to her wish, and is pleased with the softness of the pillow. However, Eve changes abruptly. Her eyes refuse to close, and she turns to her friend. She is surprised by the sudden address to her person and opens her eyes. Eve asks her opinion, whether she thinks the girl will be able to cope. Will asks in a friendly manner whether his interlocutor is really fishing for compliments, but she denies it. Embarrassed, she lies back down, saying it was stupid to expect anything else from this tanker. However, she is not offended. On the contrary, she advises the girl to do the same as she always does. Will remembers that in her previous guild they said that she was doing a great job. Besides, she believes that after the first interview there is nothing to be afraid of. The girl thanks her, and the one who supported her snorts and bursts into good-natured laughter. She says she became convinced that Eve was fishing for compliments. The interlocutor wishes her neighbor good night once again, and mumbles something inaudibly under her breath. Later, Will wakes up to a lit-up phone screen. Someone has sent her a message. The girl picks it up, intending to find out who is writing to her at such a late hour. It's Trudum, and he asks his interlocutor if she would like to join his guild. As she sends her reply, the girl begins to giggle softly, satisfied with her own resourcefulness. As she falls asleep again, she says that it would be better if this guy took her to the hidden dungeon. The next day, Trudum tries to control himself so as not to collapse on the spot. His sister, standing nearby, beams as she politely greets her brother's girlfriend. Will looks at the strange couple with bewilderment, trying to understand what is going on. The blonde introduces herself as Trudum's sister and says that she has heard a lot from her brother. Will doesn't understand why the guy needs this, and the fact that he's dating a blonde also causes confusion. When Trudum starts making strange signs, The girl becomes even more surprised. The blonde explains, saying that she simply wanted to meet her interlocutor in person. After all, Will was the first to reject the offer to join the red ship, and the blonde decided to invite the girl to join the guild personally right then and there. The girl thinks that most hunters would not be able to refuse in such a situation. She says directly that it is difficult to get a direct invitation from such a guild, and she assures Will that all that is required of her is her presence, and that Trudhomme will be her protector. The blonde rushes the girl to answer, adding that this way you can earn a lot of money. Will responds bluntly, stating that she is not at all interested in the proposal. Her interlocutor cannot believe her ears, even losing the gift of speech, and mentally amazed by the answer. He is not at all surprised by labor, thinking that this is exactly what he expected from the girl. The blonde tries to find out why Will refuses, assuming that the brunette is ignorant. She thinks that the girl doesn't know about the red ship, nor about who her interlocutor is. The blonde admits the idea that Will considered the proposal a joke. Otherwise, it would be strange. She also says that she heard about the ship and calls her interlocutor the sister of the wonderful duet. This completely confuses the blonde. She asks again why Will refuses. He asks his sister to stop, saying that he feels awkward, but it's hard for the girl to accept it. The guy suggests that Will may have his own reasons for wanting desperately to leave. While the blonde tries to figure out her interlocutor, Trudhomme mentally begs her to come to her senses. Trude Gold and Gloria Gold are not only brother and sister, but also S rank. The birth of representatives of such rank is considered practically impossible. This is precisely the reason why the media dubbed these two the wonderful duo. The brunette remembers that Eve told her this and ordered her to remember it. Now, Will is trying to understand why these two needed her. The blonde, falling exhausted, rhetorically asks where they will find a person for the team. Will sees no reason to be discouraged, asking if there are no volunteers in the red ship. Trudhomme calmly replies that there is nothing serious here and tells his sister to get up. The blonde resorts to a radical measure, threatening Will with a ban on seeing his brother if he refuses. The boy's face falls. He turns to his sister in fear and asks what she is doing. Will is silent for a few moments, then expresses understanding of the situation. She turns to the guy and he starts mumbling excuses, trying to prevent a disaster. Using her sweetest smile, Will tells Trudhomme that she doesn't like him. The situation is interesting, because it's strange to be rejected even without admitting your own feelings. The guy starts to get irritated, trying to justify himself. He says that he was misunderstood. Will lets loose with laughter, and Gloria joins in with much more gusto. But suddenly the girl falls silent, because she had a very strange feeling. She tries to understand what it is and where it came from, while her relatives continue to sort things out. Glancing towards the girl, Trudhomme carefully asks her what she is looking at. Will, in turn, asks the guy if he felt anything unusual. He asks a clarifying question with difficulty, since he really didn't notice the anomaly, and the girl shudders. Fearing that she won't make it in time, she cries out invitingly, asking her brother and sister to turn around. Will's sixth sense tells him that he needs to get out of this place as soon as possible. He asks the girl how she understood this, and her interlocutor suggests saving herself first. And yet, during breaks, she replies that she doesn't know how she managed it, although something else is important. Meanwhile, the crack grows and the glow from it becomes even brighter. Together with it, a powerful flow is formed, the pressure from which breaks the window. But that's not all. The buildings begin to collapse behind the fugitives trying to escape. Will notices that it is absorbing everything around it, and Trudhomme is happy about his successful rescue. The girl doesn't listen to him anymore, because an interesting idea comes to her mind. The anomaly miraculously resembles a portal that is an entrance to a dungeon. Sometime later, the police cordon off the area to protect the unwary from danger. It's difficult to notice that something similar happens every time a dungeon appears. Will is more interested in the question of when they will be able to get inside. The guy is surprised. The girl thinks they can enter even without a guild, but Trudhomme says that doesn't work that way. They hear Gloria being told that she won't be able to go inside until the examination is complete. The boy turns to the officer, whose name is Bjornor Pine, with a degree of surprise. The person responsible for the affairs of the city's hunters greets her interlocutor respectfully. The guy asks what his sister did this time, and she talks about wanting to enter the dungeon. He tries to ease the tension with a joke, but the officer is unusually serious. Gloria worries that the dungeon might close, but she is reminded of a certain protocol. The blonde doesn't see the problem, believing that her team can be formed in a second. Red Ship A-rank healer, Thrift Savern, apologizes for being late. Gloria asks her why she is alone and where the tanker is. Her interlocutor begins to hesitate. It turns out that the tanker said that the team with 2 S ranks could handle it without him. The blonde suddenly remembers Will's existence and begins to beg the brunette again, but she is not there, which surprises not only Gloria but also her brother. Looking up at the dungeon, the thoughts of everyone present converge on one thing. They suggest that this girl, taking advantage of the situation, could have entered the dungeon. Judging by Will's actions, Trudeau is starting to think that his sister isn't the craziest person he knows. Thrift politely asks the guy if it's legal, and he honestly replies that it's not. Gloria's opinion of Will begins to change, as she herself wanted to enter the dungeon. He tries hard to dissuade his sister from this crazy idea, but she doesn't care. Declaring that she wants the same, the girl rushes towards the portal to the dungeon. The guy asks for help, and the blonde, breaking free, actively resists him. He takes his words back with difficulty, wondering why there are crazy people around him. Meanwhile, the hunter is addressed respectfully and allows the dialogue to develop. The officer asks if it was Will Good who accidentally entered the dungeon, and the guy confirms this. The girl ignores the question of why she is asking, expressing only agreement. Trudem asks again why his interlocutor specified Will's name, and she answers vaguely. The guy starts thinking about it, imagining what kind of problems this could lead to. Even if they are granted entry permission, they will not be allowed to enter together. After all, if Will, with the declared C rank, showed A rank skills, she would be sent to prison. Thinking about this, Trudeau begins to seriously worry, considering this to be a real problem. The employee handling this issue reports that the analysis of the dungeon is complete. The blonde is filled with new strength, hoping that now she can enter. Her plans are dashed by the fact that this dungeon is currently ranked B, and according to measurements of the magical power emanating from the dungeon, it will soon close. Thrift voices everyone else's guess, saying that the number of monsters has increased. Gloria is amazed at the delay, recalling what happened 8 years ago. He tries to interrupt his sister, but she asks him not to do this if she is not going to help. The guy means something else. He says that Will is now in danger. Therefore, when starting off, the hunter declares that he will go first. The girl is taken aback by her brother's zeal and, at a loss, asks him to wait. But the trace of him is already gone, because it is not a stranger who is in danger. Having wandered for some time, the girl, exhaling heavily, admits her irritation. It seems to her that there is no one in the dungeon, but she hoped to find at least something in the huge space. But suddenly her pupils dilate as her gaze catches sight of something unusual. Ahead, through the leaves and branches, parts of some stone structure can be seen. Coming closer, the girl realizes that the structure is larger than she imagined. Besides, even though the ruins look old, she always enjoys looking at them. Will wonders where the people who built this disappeared to, but no one will ever know. She wonders how she managed to sense the appearance of the dungeon. Turning around, the girl greets the guest, for whom she has been waiting for quite some time. Slowly, as if she still had plenty of time, Will comes face to face with the monster. Calling him a freak of nature, she asks if his wings are heavy. The eye suddenly takes off from its place, beginning to dive downwards, like a bird of prey. Stopping abruptly at a sufficient distance, the creature makes a nimble attack. Will manages to dodge it in 2 counts, but the ground where she stood is covered with craters. The girl has no trouble maneuvering between the shells and gets closer. Finding himself just where he needs to be, Will pushes off the ground, giving himself a boost of speed. Not expecting such agility, the eye opens in surprise and is taken aback for a moment. Extending his arm forward for better statics, Will asks if that's all, and finding herself just a few centimeters away, the girl suggests that this freak die. By striking the very pupil, Will sends the monster flying against its will. It is unclear from where, but a piercing and drawn-out screeching sound erupts from the enemy. Noting its volume, the girl asks how this creature can scream without trauma. They land on the hard surface almost simultaneously, and Will breathes a sigh of relief. She is glad that blessed silence has finally arrived. But the monster doesn't want to die and doesn't stop trying to struggle. It continues to squeak. Will is amazed that he is still alive, admitting that he was stronger than expected. But the girl quickly comes to her senses because she is tired of everyone dying from one blow. She asks why there is no one else here, and where all the other monsters went. And then a louder sound is heard from behind, even causing the girl to be surprised. Realizing that it was them, Will assumes that the piercing cry attracted his relatives. After the first, a second is heard. After the second, a third. And a whole army appears before the girl. Will fakes a smile, saying there are even more monsters than she expected. The wing beats become less frequent, but the monsters come from different directions. Will assumes that they are all going to attack her at the same time. And in confirmation of this, many feather-like projectiles are launched at her from different sides at once. The girl focuses and groups herself, her lips stretching into an anticipatory smile. It's a challenge, and she accepts it, taking the first step to the side and thus avoiding the blow. Will laughs, asking if that's all they can do, as their attacks keep missing. She mentally notes that after the first attack, her eyes need time to recharge. They also begin to make their drawn-out screeching sounds, but not for long. Thus, the first of the monsters breaks off and falls silent forever, departing to the next world. Following him, his fate is followed by the second and third, without having time to reload for the second attack. Will skillfully moves between enemies, no longer dodging but eliminating them, and soon at her feet are the bodies of monsters, drowned in their own pools of blood. The girl thinks about what happens when another attack ends, and, stretching sweetly and cracking his joints, he suggests starting all over again. The system informs her about an increase in one of the characteristics, causing slight surprise. And so, following the first one, several more notifications arrive. Something that hasn't happened for a very long time. The girl instinctively turns around to take a look at the body of this type of monster. It's hard for her to believe what's happening. It feels more like a dream. But, pulling himself together and thinking, one guess comes to Will's head. The girl suggests that the rank of these creatures may be higher than those in the illegal dungeons. She is eagerly anticipating this, and is going to check it out, as there are still plenty of them left for this. Thrift tries to figure out how she can hold off Trudum Gold's sister on her own. The girl asks if they accidentally gave her permission to enter, but the answer is still negative. Thrift looks at the blonde and asks her, puzzled, what happened. She finds it incredibly romantic that her brother went to save his girlfriend. Thrift figures out the blonde's plan and asks her not to look for a reason to enter the dungeon. Gloria doesn't ask, laughing and saying that it will be interesting, rushing towards the portal. The officer reminds them of his own words, and Thrift apologizes for the behavior of his guildmates. The blonde asks the girl, when asked by the boss, to say that her brother started first. Sharply raising her hand edgewise for the next blow, the girl lowers it just as quickly. The blow turns out to be just as powerful as the previous ones, and again increases her characteristics. Will is not going to stop there, reveling in his crazy passion. She mentally admits to herself that she hasn't felt something like this for a long time. Every time one of them falls to the ground, the girl's stats increase, and she feels herself filling with power. But the girl stops, switching over. Thoughts start to appear in her head that this is not enough for her, that she needs more. Will is becoming increasingly convinced that this is not enough. She needs to keep killing. The girl's attention is distracted from her thoughts by the sound of wings appearing from behind. The next moment she hears the soft feathers begin to harden, compacting the structure. Will even allows them to break away from their master and rush into her, lazily turning around. However, she, pushing off from the air, hovers above the eye, thinking that she wants more. Flying higher than her opponent, the girl deftly lands on him. She grabs his wing, thinking that she wants it to awaken. And then he asks, bending closer to the monster, if he is the last one. Will mocks the creature, that his friends no longer come. It's not enough for her. The eye's plaintive squeak turns into a shrill scream as the girl tears apart the wing, and Will likes it. She even says it out loud, allowing her victim to scream. And it's not just like that. The insatiable girl wants other monsters to come and save their fellow monster. With a helpless cry, the eye falls to the ground, no longer able to maintain its balance. Throwing the unnecessary wing aside, the girl calls up a window of her characteristics. Although the stats increased, it was less than Will had hoped for, and she was disappointed. The girl is pulled out of her thoughts by a familiar sound that attracts her attention. She expected this, and now she is glad that there are still many of these creatures left. Tapping her sneaker on the hard surface, the girl expresses satisfaction, and, tearing off from its place, it rushes towards its nearest victim, anticipating a bloody feast. But something is wrong. A different sound is heard behind the girl. Surprised, Will turns around to see what adjustments this battle will make, and she watches in surprise as stone projectiles fly past her. The girl stops, tracing the trajectory of their movement further, and he notes with horror that, flying towards the monsters, they hit them right on the head. The force is so great that even though it pierces through, the stone continues to fly. This fate befalls all other eyes literally in the next few moments. At first, the girl is so taken aback that she can't find the strength to do anything but watch. But then she quietly begins to deny, lamenting her lost prey. Turning sharply at the familiar gate, the girl blurts out a painfully familiar name. As he approaches, the guy notices the mess his partner has made in this place. She is angry that he interfered. Trudome is amazed by such a response to his help. The guy asks if she really wants to reveal her true rank to everyone so badly. She could go to jail because of this. The girl says she remembers this. When asked why she went there, Will says that she didn't know the rank of the dungeon. The guy sighs heavily, saying that it is easier to talk to a schoolgirl than to her. Trudome offers to let him sort everything out. The girl agrees, but asks why. It turns out that the officer can cause them problems. Will asks for advice. Trudome suggests acting like a C rank until they clear the dungeon. The girl doesn't like it. She says that her friend has an interview soon and she needs to support her. He offers the girl to dry herself off, she snaps, but accepts the help. The guy casually says that the officer asked about Will. The girl's reaction makes him wary. So Trudome asks for clarification. Will says it was self-defense, so there shouldn't be any problems. When asked for clarification, the girl says that she took revenge on her boyfriend who dumped her. He asks with difficulty who knows about this, and his interlocutor answers him honestly. He calls the girl a braggart, and she reminds the guy that she likes him. He finally admits that he said this so that his sister would not find out about his search for the hidden dungeons. And then a voice is heard from behind, the owner of which has heard everything about self-defense and the rest. Before Trudome can react, he is overtaken by his sister's righteous anger. Will manages to avoid its consequences by quickly jumping to the side. Gloria desperately restrains herself from using more force than necessary. Wheezing, the boy tries to look into his sister's eyes to read her emotions, but the girl avoids his gaze, asking Will if her brother's words are true, and he adds, trying to control his voice trembling with rage, would he care to explain? In front of the Lotus building, they tell everyone to get the cameras ready for recording, because the leader himself is on the horizon. Mr. Cloverwood is asked to comment on the clearing of the hidden dungeon. The man is asked to share his experience and list the treasures he managed to find. The reason for the appearance of the hidden dungeon is a big mystery to everyone, but there is one thing that can be said for sure. And right now, she can no longer delay. And the girl addresses the man through the crowd, her voice drowning out everyone else. The blonde asks if this man really killed everyone for some trinkets. A murmur passes through the crowd as the silence drags on longer than it should. And Clover, having come to some conclusion, responds with agreement, considering it obvious. Unable to control herself, the girl rushes off, not caring about the people she meets. Calling her opponent a bastard, she suggests that he should die in that case. Clover remains inactive even when the fist is just millimeters from his face. The next moment, an explosion occurs, its powerful shockwave throwing back the witnesses. They come to their senses, realizing that the battle between the S-rank representatives could be fraught with danger. And Gloria, sitting on top of her opponent, trembles slightly with her whole body. The thing is that death in the dungeons reveals one simple truth. The girl asks her interlocutor why he did this. Her voice trembles as she asks if this is all because she left Lotus. By casting his vote, Clover says that her position is completely indifferent to him. Now Gloria asks again, turning to her interlocutor, rushing her. Why is she searching for the hidden dungeons with her brother? The girl reflects on Trudome's situation. She is surprised that there is such an impressive difference in strength at the same rank. And Gloria, as if for herself, states the fact that the brunette is a killer. Will, however, becomes aware of Trudome's tension in the presence of his sister, she says. Considering that it is unfair to call him a murderer, since the death of seekers in the dungeon is natural. At the same time, the girl wonders why death worries this blonde so much. She asks if there is no reason for someone to die in the dungeon, and she adds to herself, why worry so much? Gloria continues to hold on. Trubo wonders how Will is going to deal with his sister, S-Rang, and the one holding it asks whether the interlocutor will care in a particular case. For example, If this guy dies in the dungeon, Trudum understands that his sister is furious. Will grins flippantly, suggesting that the blonde try to kill him. The girl can't believe her ears. She can't even find words at first. Will becomes curious about how strong this girl really is. Suddenly, the blonde feels the ground beneath her begin to crumble and sink. And the very next moment, she realizes that there is no one left under her hands. And what's more, she herself fell into a trap. The girl is trying to digest all of this. The hole that is formed nearby gives rise to certain thoughts. Gloria is angry that Trudum managed to get away from under her nose. A familiar voice comes from underground, asking his sister to calm down, and a reminder that it is very awkward to remain in this position forever. Will draws an enthusiastic parallel, as if Trudum had just crawled out of the grave. The guy advises the girl not to let anyone dare her because she is already crazy. Glaring at Trudum, she asks him to repeat who it was he called crazy. Addressing her brother by his full name, Gloria asks him to move away from this girl. The blonde says that she considers the craziest person to be someone who hangs out with such people. She starts talking, suggesting that Will is using him for his own purposes, and the interlocutor asks his sister to understand that it was he who took the initiative. The girl says that she thinks that her brother does not need any treasures. She considers the hidden dungeons an illusion, reminding her of how many adventurers have died. The blonde asks Trudum to wake up because there are other ways to become stronger. She reminds him that she made him stronger even without the hidden treasures. Will is intrigued by these words and begins to analyze them. She comes to the conclusion that this guy was not an S rank in the first place. And, carried away by her thoughts, the girl notices the attack only at the very last moment. The blonde gets too close, gathering energy for the next attack. The previous one achieves its goal because it was noticed very late. Seeing the girl fall unconscious next to him, the guy involuntarily shudders, and then he shouts out his partner's name as the blonde lowers her weapon. Gloria thinks that Will takes on too much, but in reality, she is an empty shell. She only calls the girl C rank under a cool guise, especially in the dungeon. Thrift struggles to keep the forced smile on his face, and all because the officer nearby dispels the depressing aura. The girl finds it difficult to even breathe. She prays that permission will be given as soon as possible. Hurried footsteps are heard, and people run up to the couple, addressing the officer from afar. The thing is, they were finally given permission to clear out this dungeon. Labor reproaches his sister for what happened, and she says that everything is fine as long as she is alive. The guy thinks that this girl survived only because she was an A rank, but if she really was a C rank, Will would already be in her grave. But the wound is still much more serious than it seems, and the guy wants to heal his partner as soon as possible. In response to his sister's words to hurry, he asks, what about this girl? Gloria says that if she dies from something like this, then sooner or later she will drop out herself. The guy can't believe his ears. He asks his sister again about what she just said, and he says that he considers this too cruel. The blonde thinks that he is stating a fact. She says that she can give Trudum everything he needs, and asks about his understanding of what he said. The blonde reminds that she is the one who made this guy stronger. Trudum says that she knows this, and asks if this is not the reason she left Lotus. 12 years ago, the first underground tunnel opened in this country, and the government was unable to adapt. The result was the deaths of 10,000 residents, including the parents of these two. Then he asked the new head of the family what they should do now, how to live on. But the girl did not answer, because she herself had fallen, perhaps, into an even greater abyss. Due to her young age, Gloria simply could not cope with such a loss. From that day on, the world began to change rapidly because of the awakened. And then, the young girl changed. It was shown on TV, announcing that the 4th S rank in the country had awakened. Everyone talked about nothing but her and the girl's brother, dreaming that he would also wake up. And then, for the first time, the relatives were mentioned as the wonderful duo. It all started with the older sister, and eventually the younger brother was drawn into this mess. Trudum recalls that at that time people treated him ambiguously. The reluctance to give the ball to the opponent and the taunting of his teammates did their job. Everyone froze, looking warily at the almost smoking stone with the ball stuck in it. Someone found the strength to express the opinion of everyone present. He barely remembers that it was on that day that he woke up as a C rank. And then things took off. That day, the boy asked his sister why she left one guild and joined another. She, saying that it was just in time, handed the box to her brother asking him to accept the gift. He clarified with difficulty whether this was really a magic stone, not understanding why it was given to him. Gloria then said that if you eat this rare thing, it will increase the user's stats. Trudeau asked incredulously whether he really could eat it, to which he received an affirmative answer. Gloria said that she got it just for her brother and would try to get more, but she had a condition that until Trudeau reached S rank, no one would know about the awakening. The boy didn't like this. He was afraid to imagine how long he would have to hide, and Gloria said that this is a condition of the Red Ship Guild. Almost no one knows about these stones because they are mined in the guild's domain. The girl then asked if it was bad to have the prospect of moving up to S rank from C rank. I didn't see any advantages to working hard, believing that I could become a researcher without it. Gloria said that her brother was weak and would die without growth, becoming a researcher. She believed that this was the reason for her parents' death. They were weaklings. The girl said that if her brother did not want to die, he had to become stronger, and she wanted to make sure of everything herself, to be sure that her little brother could handle it. When asked if he understood her, the boy responded with a sullen, unenthusiastic yes. At that time, he felt that he didn't have much of a choice and could only obey his sister. That day, after vomiting blood, the boy tried to bring his breathing back to normal. When she extended her hand to him, he did not find the strength in himself to reciprocate. Then the girl found her brother's cheek with her palm and gently stroked it as a sign of support. Thus, the guy rose for the first time, overcoming the C rank bar. There was no joy when the sister, giving praise to the gods, rejoiced that it worked. She said then that now all he had to do was become stronger. Trudeau was not happy about this, going over the voluntary compulsory consent in his head. He even believed that if he couldn't endure it, they wouldn't value him at all. Now Gloria expresses satisfaction that her brother understands everything. He remains silent when the blonde says that they will leave this girl in this dungeon. As she lays out the strategy, Trudeau asks if his sister knows what it was for. Gloria suggests that he was looking for the hidden dungeons because Will tricked him. The guy asks his sister what makes her treat strangers this way. The blonde is confident that the dungeon is not a place where you can improve your stats. He remembers with difficulty that Gloria always frightened him with her own powerlessness and insecurity. And now it looks like she still thinks so. But now the guy doesn't care. He now understands through hard work that no matter what he achieves, he will be weak in his sister's eyes, and he offers to let everything go, whether he survives or not, if she agrees. Taking her sword out of the ground, the girl clarifies whether it will really go to the hidden dungeon. Trudeau agrees, offering to tell afterward how everything went. The blonde rushes to her brother, asking if he would be happy to die in this place. After all, she believes that whether here or there, the result will be exactly the same. She asks with difficulty who told her that he was going to die, and, protecting himself and the girl, he uses his new technique, causing his sister's displeasure. She smiles nervously, asking what kind of childish trick this is. She's not going to play around and says she'll simply destroy everything here. Gloria begins to carry out her threat by crushing the crumbs. He says out loud with difficulty that he will have to hold out somehow, which raises a question from the one who has woken up. The guy says that everything is done so that the girl can be cured, but she thinks she's a cucumber. Toro is too tired to argue, and the girl slowly gets out of his arms. She says she just needs to get up right now and check herself. The girl thanks the guy for the break and asks if his sister is really furious, and then it dawns on the redhead. He starts to ask a question, but stops, finishing it mentally. He can hardly understand why this girl doesn't have a single scratch. Well, Will, stretching sweetly, jokes to herself, suggesting to start over. He makes another attempt to speak with difficulty, turning to the girl, who responds. Stuttering, the guy clarifies what exactly the girl heard from their conversation. Will replies that she heard literally everything from the moment she passed out. Labor begins to feverishly scroll through memories in his mind. Among them was a proposal to let things slide and words about his own development. And then the guy realizes what exactly the girl heard. And he starts stuttering, and she starts screaming, asking if she really did hear literally everything. Gloria is on her own wavelength, thinking that all her loved ones are dead because they lost. When she looked at her brother, she desperately tried to reach him in her mind. The blonde thought about how she was trying her best to prevent this fate from touching the last little person, and she sincerely cannot understand what he is unhappy about now, that he is putting himself in the noose. Gloria mentally turned to her younger brother, asking him to explain this childish rebellion to her. But she was even glad that she would be able to bury her youngest in this damn dungeon. Because the girl was dealing with the stones, clearing her way, she did not see the main thing. However, then she clearly heard her brother's cry of unknown origin. The blonde assumed that she had managed to seriously wound him, which was impossible to see because of the dust. Instinct kicks in, and the girl, breaking through the dust, asks what happened. However, as soon as she manages to do this, the blonde freezes, stopping mid-sentence. Will grins, ironically wondering if the goddess herself had decided to descend to them. While the girl says that she herself was wondering how to get Gloria down, she is amazed at her integrity. Even if the blonde had held back, the blow would have been fatal for the C rank. The only thing is that when viewing the status window of this person, they cannot be identified. At first, the blonde assumes that the girl is also an East rank, but dismisses this theory. Even if she can't see the stats because of some junk, Will is definitely not higher than A rank. He suggests to his partner that they run while they can, but she doesn't see the point. The guy says she can't help him, and the girl gently counters his concerns. Gloria thinks of a special reason to search for the hidden dungeons with this girl. Almost singing the phrase that she is the first, the girl suddenly takes off. He calls out to her with difficulty, but in reality, he understands perfectly well that this girl doesn't give a damn. Will is already raising his fist, asking his opponent why she is staring at him like that. Gloria is not going to give in to emotions again, having already calmed down considerably. Analyzing her opponent, the blonde comes to the conclusion that she was C rank. However, her stats have increased in a short time, or she has the ability to quickly regenerate. Gloria is confident that such abilities do not appear after awakening, and in this case, this can only mean one thing, which the blonde certainly intends to take advantage of. Feeling a pull of unknown origin, Will no longer feels so confident. The impulse intensifies, now not just exerting pressure but producing a powerful push. He can hardly contain his worried cry, shouting out his partner's name. Having crashed into the wall, the girl separates from it and sags, her breath ragged from her exertion. She's trying to figure out what kind of attack it was that Will didn't even have time to identify. It was like something was pulling her back forcibly. It is not possible to think about this topic for long, since a similar force is pulling downwards. Will comes to the realization that her opponent has the ability to choose her direction. Her lungs felt like they were sticking together, leaving the girl unable to take even one breath. What can we say about moving our limbs or fingers? Will compares the feeling to every bone in her body pulling her down. A leisurely gait is heard, and a voice announces the disappointment of its owner. Gloria says she expected more after Will bragged about her strength. The blonde comes to the conclusion that the artifacts of the hidden dungeon are useless, but Will doesn't give up, continuing to make attempts. She tells her opponent to watch her language. Considering her situation too humiliating, the girl intends to get out of it. Gloria advises her rival not to move, starting to talk about the possible consequences for the bones, but it's too late. The discomfort gives way to a crunch, and its cause becomes visible. A cry of pain escapes Will's throat against her will, and Gloria calmly states the fact. Relaxing exhaustedly, the girl makes no effort other than to breathe. Noticing that her opponent immediately recovers, Gloria condescendingly allows her to continue. Trudoba is about to rush to help his partner, but his sister stops him. He asks the blonde to stop, saying that he will not become a good boy just because she asks him to. The girl resorts to threats, promising to crush Will if Trudum tries to help her. But she also offers an option in which the brunette will be spared. This will happen if the redhead stops looking for the hidden dungeons. The guy gets lost. Gloria doesn't understand what there is to think about here, and the guy talks about what his sister did. After all, she was the only one who made him stronger. Without her, he would have been dead long ago. The blonde chuckles sadly, calling her brother a weakling, and his breath catches. Meanwhile, the interlocutor asks about the fact that Trudum cannot defeat her. In fact, the guy starts to get turned on, and he asks if the blonde is finished. Will laughs, repeating the words about them planning to spare her. She recalls Happiness saying that he did everything for the sake of his love for his girlfriend. And another time he said that without him, she would have been dead long ago. He pressed on her feelings, skillfully manipulating them, and asked if she understood his feelings. And in the present, Will asks her opponent and tormentor rolled into one not to make her laugh. She asks if she seriously thinks that anyone will believe these lies. After all, These are also just words to manipulate people as you please. The girl advises her friend to do everything as he wants, because his goal is to gain power. And she admits that she helps him because they are, in fact, similar. And the girl invites Trudum to follow him, believing that she can show him the right path. They ask the officer where everyone is, saying that they need to find them immediately. Thrift says that the hunter Trudum Gold went to rescue the girl. Bianor confirms. The healer believes that this will be on everyone's lips for a long time since the guy is popular. The girl is distracted from the conversation by something she had lost sight of some time ago. She asks the officer if the sky has always been this color, but the interlocutor denies it. Thrift begins to panic, believing that the dungeon is beginning to split apart. Bianor is not sure, but she is leaning closer to this theory. The sorceress refuses to believe what is happening. They unanimously come to the conclusion that it is necessary to urgently clear the dungeon. Will, meanwhile, continues his strong-willed attempts to resist his strong opponent. Trubom asks her to stop, fearing that the girl might die in this confrontation. Gloria mentally tries to understand what Will is trying to do, because she should be immobilized. Suddenly, the slightly wary look changes, and a question arises in the blonde's head. Along with the destruction that has appeared before her, a piercing scream cuts through the space. The girl tries to understand how such a disgusting screech could have appeared. She thinks it sounds like the roar of a beast clawing at its throat. Unable to hold on any longer, Trudum voluntarily covers his ears, cursing through his teeth. Remembering what happened at the underground market, he realizes that Will has become stronger. And what's more, this girl was weaker even than when she first entered this dungeon. And while he is thinking about this, another sound wedges into the space. Gloria realizes that this huddled pack of monsters was summoned by Will with her scream. The blonde even feels sorry to deprive the girl of such an ability, but she needs her brother much more. She thinks that otherwise they would have become friends, and that there are too many of these creatures. The blonde believes that Will is going to attack her to escape from the invisible bonds. The girl determines the rank of the monsters and wonders whether she should look for the boss herself. She is finally convinced that Will is trying to stop her with these fools. Gloria admits that she enjoys it because she can have a blast. The monsters gather ever more tightly, carefully continuing to close the remaining distance. Noticing the glowing feathers, Gloria asks if these are all the weapons they have, and several eyes go into combat readiness mode, directing an attack at the enemy. They circle around Gloria, who rushes forward in anticipation of a good fight. Already prepared to enter into a deadly skirmish with the confidence of emerging victorious, the girl slows down, and then she slows down completely and stops when bewilderment appears on her face. Having taken a more stable position, a puzzled question flashed through Gloria's mind. Why don't these creatures notice her? Are these eyes just decoration? After tracking their attacks, questions only continue to mount. Gloria loses track of what is happening, trying to grasp the logic of the monster's actions. No matter what she thinks, the blonde can't understand why they are all attacking Will. The illogical guess that this girl is deliberately attacking her own body comes to Gloria's mind. As she continues to watch, she realizes that Will is thus destroying the ground beneath him. The blonde knows better than anyone that this is the only way to get out from under the spell. However, she believes that this way Will not be able to survive such attacks. When the shells hit her body, the girl tries to hold back, but not for long. After all, at a certain point it becomes simply impossible to do this. And then Gloria realizes that despite all her regeneration, the sensations have not gone away. The blonde believes that these monsters will not break the spell, since they are only C rank. But the next moment, the sight that appears before your eyes makes you lose your train of thought. Gloria swallows reflexively as she peers into the clouds of dust and the reflections of the attacks. She is even afraid to think what it could be, assuming that she is imagining things. And Will, who is under fire, mentally admits that she is in incredible pain. But she doesn't intend to give up. Realizing that this is not enough, the girl turns to herself, reminding herself that at this level, she is useless. And then Will gives a mental command to his eyes to attack her even harder. By locking eyes at the right moment, the girl confirms the purpose of control. The system informs that the confirmed target is granted a blessing. A plan is born in the girl's head. She forces herself to be strong and determined. The next moment, the prone one is attacked by a projectile more powerful than all the previous ones. Gloria watches all this and doesn't even know what to think now. Continuing her observation, the blonde realizes that the monster's attack power has become more powerful. When opening the status window for its user, the system displays the angel's A rank. Gloria can't believe her eyes, because just now the monster's rank was several times lower. As the dust slowly begins to clear, a familiar silhouette emerges through it. Will jumps up and attacks his opponent, speaking to her. The girl admits that she really thought she would die because of her. Realizing that this girl has raised her own rank, Gloria asks who she is. Will laughs unnaturally, saying that, unfortunately, he doesn't know that either, but she is absolutely sure that the blonde will die in this godforsaken dungeon. Will asks if she thinks S-Rang's body can withstand those spears, and she laughs wildly at the moment when the shells mercilessly pierce both bodies. He watches what is happening with difficulty, trying to understand what is going on. The guy's gaze darts feverishly, switching from one object to another. Time seems to him sometimes too slow, sometimes too fast, as he digests what he has seen. And he comes to the conclusion that his invincible sister has been surpassed by Will Good. Even watching this with his own eyes, the guy cannot believe that what is happening is real. Gloria's thoughts are filled with similar things. She refuses what she is experiencing now, and analysis and irrefutable logic indicate that Will's own body was just a decoy. As Gloria flies back from the blow, she wonders if a human could use such a style. Weakened by the previous attack, the girl cannot find the strength to hold back a scream. There is no time to think, and, opening her eyes, the blonde sees her rival's face in front of her. He lets out a discreet chuckle, after which the space is filled with uncontrollable laughter. Will, however, continues to land blow after blow, satisfied with her own advantage. Waiting for the right moment, the blonde mentally curses her rival, and then he makes just a few simple movements to achieve what he wants. The contented smile is erased by a reflexive cough, which gives rise to all the consequences. Now Gloria is the one laughing. Now her face is adorned with a triumphant smile. The girl mentally expresses joy that her opponent fell into her trap, and Will's face breaks into a mad smile as she inquires about the blonde's vitality. She can't believe her own eyes, and her opponent activates her piercing scream. The surviving one-eyed angels respond, rushing towards their newfound goal. Gloria reproaches herself for letting her guard down too soon. But something else is even more striking. My head is occupied with thoughts about how the brunette can still attack. Opponents with whom Gloria would normally have a lot of fun now only irritate her. And the now completely healed opponent asks if the blonde has time to miss her. Gloria no longer knows what to believe, because Will managed to recover from his fatal wound. Calling the approaching girl a monster, the blonde swings her sword, but her opponent dodges and strikes from behind, and Gloria barely manages to stay on her feet. In her mind, the blonde calls Will a cowardly bastard for such an act, and she, landing on the ground nearby, asks if her rival is still alive. The blonde can't understand what's wrong with this crazy woman. Why she's so wrong. Will nods to herself in satisfaction, saying that this is exactly what she expected from her class. After all, she didn't die despite so many successful attacks. Finally, Gloria speaks up, inviting her interlocutor to look at herself first. She asks her to die already, to which the brunette, feigning offense, chuckles. And then she admits that, in fact, she has already died an incredible number of times. Gloria is finally convinced that the will treasure grants immortality. The blonde talks about dungeons where they are, and the interlocutor asks about their location. Gloria says she wouldn't throw her life away even if she had something like that in her arsenal. When told that she is crazy, the brunette asks, "So what?" Gloria explains that this means it is dangerous for Will to be around her brother. The brunette says that her interlocutor has a sister complex, which is why Trudum doesn't date anyone. Gloria replies that she doesn't care, and the problem here is something completely different. In her mind, the blonde feels like she can't even raise her hand right now, and she says that the only thing that matters now is that Will might just die in this dungeon. When the ground beneath the girl's feet begins to crack, she remembers something important. Finding her brother with her eyes, Gloria turns to him, asking him to leave this place, because the girl doesn't want her brother to get hurt, especially from her own attack. Trudum opposes this idea, confident that Gloria will not survive with her wounds. Will is sure that her opponent is bluffing, because she can't even lift a finger. However, spreading her arms out to the sides, the girl declares that she doesn't care about it. This time, she intends to destroy her opponent with absolute certainty and certainty. Jumping up from her seat, The girl takes a deep breath, and right on the run, he lets out his famous long cry, giving the command to the monsters. They react instantly, approaching the stated target and launching a series of attacks at it. Gloria thinks about a black hole that erases existence itself, being a point of no return. She didn't want to use this technique, but her opponent's tenacity simply forced her to. About to erase the very existence of this crazy woman, Gloria suddenly hisses in pain. She understands perfectly well that her idea is risky, because these wounds are too serious. However, pride proves stronger, and the blonde overcomes herself, forcing herself to move. Gloria realizes she can't last long, so she plans to take the monsters with her. The creatures that flew closer suddenly felt the pressure and began to resist it. But the forces are clearly unequal, and they begin to be sucked into the funnel created by the blonde. Even a relaxed Will slides along the ground for a few seconds, but stops. She laughs and calls the skill amazing if it can consume an entire dungeon. The monsters continue to be sucked into the black hole, and Will's laughter can be heard nearby. She asks the blonde if she really doesn't know when to stop, because she could die like that. Gloria replies that she knows, adding that she will do it anyway. But it is a gift. The brunette feigns impressment by jumping up and sarcastically asking if it's true. She suggests looking at what kind of gift it is and in what form it will be presented. The girl laughs loudly, telling her opponent that she is already burning with anticipation. Calling her crazy, the blonde notes with annoyance that she has been driven into a corner. However, she offers to watch Will laugh after her next attack. She reasons to herself, filled with confidence that her rival will disappear without a trace. The girl freezes, trying to understand what just happened in the dungeon. For some unknown reason, the magic power level in the B-rank dungeon increased, but this can be analyzed later, because now it is much more important to report where necessary. The girl requests emergency evacuation from the dungeon monitoring department, and this request must be carried out as soon as possible in order to avoid irreversibility. Gloria's technique unleashes an even more destructive force that erupts in the sky. He notices it before anyone else, realizing what it is, but refusing to acknowledge it. The fact is that the B-rank dungeon turns out to be unable to withstand the blonde's strength. Piece by piece, the sky begins to split, crashing its parts down to the earth. The girls sensed something strange already on the road leading to the hunters who had come before them. There was a lot of magical power inside, and the monsters were gathered in one place in the sky. Also, the B-rank dungeon monsters were supposed to be C-rank, except for their boss. But even the officer couldn't determine their rank, assuming that it was all because of the S-ranked ones in the dungeon. Just when she thought that there might be something wrong with this place, she saw a very strange picture. And now Bionor doesn't understand how a C-rank hunter can fight on equal terms with an S-rank. The girl cannot understand whether there was some mistake in distributing the ranks. The officer realizes she needs to arrest Will, but the dungeon may not be able to withstand the magical power. If this happens, the dungeon break will explode, resulting in the death of many. Bionor is determined to stop the battle even at the cost of his own life. Noticing movement from the side, the guy's gaze falls on the girl's outstretched hand. He reads her plan on her face as clearly as if she were an open book. Trudum asks her to stop, considering it too wrong to use such a method. And the officer, turning to him and the fighting girls, reprimands the trio. Due to the dangers of the dungeon being exposed to her magical powers, she takes drastic action. Bionor informs the trio that from now on, she will be demoting everyone to C rank. The action begins immediately, primarily affecting Trudome. Following the guy, Will feels immediate changes in his body, and the punishment ends with Gloria, who suffers the most. As she becomes no longer able to contain her sealing techniques, she pays the price. Following the opening of the first wound, similar things happen all over the girl's body. The blonde can't understand what's going on, so she asks the system, but she herself informs her user that a forced rank reduction has occurred. The girl begins to guess whose skill this is, but at the same time, she weakens. Will, floating nearby in the air, notices her opponent's black hole dissipating, and she, no longer able to cope with the open wounds, loses consciousness and falls. Before falling to the ground with a distinctive sound, light hair flutters into the air. Rank down is a special skill that only Björnar can use. The girl uses it when it is impossible to stop the fight by all other means. However, using this results in serious side effects. Björnar is pleased with the calmed magical power, but notes damage to some organs. The officer orders the healer to heal the huntress Gloria Gold as quickly as possible. The girl agrees and, carefully walking towards her goal, worries about her well-being. Finally, when she notices the blonde among all this destruction, she groans with concern. Seeing holes all over his body, Thrift realizes the injuries are very serious. An ordinary hunter would have died from this long ago. But Gloria endures everything with a C rank. Sobbing with an excess of empathy, the girl activates the power of her staff. She thinks that it will take some time for the organs to fully recover. However, first and foremost, it is necessary to provide first aid. In the process, Thrift is pleased that the girl's recovery is proceeding quickly. Noticing movement in front, the girl is momentarily distracted from her concentrated work. Looking at Will with a searching gaze, the healer remembers that it was she who fought Gloria. Moving his experienced gaze over her body, Thrift does not understand why she is not injured. The healer confirms that Gloria is injured and asks the culprit to move away. Will doesn't hear her potential interlocutor, being absorbed in her own thoughts. Looking at her rival, the brunette is convinced that she is still alive. Even the blonde's borderline state doesn't stop her from taking revenge. Thrift desperately cries out a plea not to do this, while at the same time fearing the huntress. Literally at that very moment, a familiar hand appears from under the ground, pulling Gloria along with it. A surprised interjection escapes the brunette's lips, but she doesn't get too active. Will looks more like a child who has seen something interesting when he asks where she went. Saying that she doesn't understand this, the girl begins to slowly turn around to look at her interlocutor, and he asks why he is saving her. Didn't he himself want to get rid of her? Sure enough, that man turns out to be Trudum Gold, standing dejectedly nearby. The guy turns to the healer, asking him to cure the huntress Gloria Gold, and she agrees. Will can't understand why he chose the other side and asks about it. The girl cannot understand yet because by getting rid of her, the guy could gain freedom. Trudum says it's not a matter of choice, because he has no intention of watching his family get killed. The guy says he can't do that, and his interlocutor asks what he's talking about. And why didn't you intervene earlier? And why did you suddenly change your mind? He parries with difficulty, asking what his interlocutor is talking about and whether she is tired of it yet. And the girl remembers her situation, which is similar to this one. Happiness was the same, and Will says they always say that, convincing everyone that it's all for the sake of others. But the most disgusting thing about all this, the girl believes, is that they are forcing her to believe this lie. She says she realized this when she died and then killed many times. Will realized that freedom could only be achieved by destroying someone. This was the reason why she wanted to share her knowledge with Trudum. The girl really wanted to share with the guy the freedom she felt then. She says that labor is under the control of her sister, and in order to free herself, she needs to break the connection. Will knows firsthand that it's hard at first, but then everything becomes easier. The girl says that now there is a chance to get rid of this burden, and she is confident that if she succeeded, Trudum Gold will also be able to free himself. Smiling with good intentions, the girl says that she can help him with this. The boy is silent for a while, and Will allows him to experience these painful thoughts. And yet Trudum, apologizing, replies that he cannot act in such a way. Will doesn't understand this, asking a typical question, and the guy explains. He states the fact that he was inactive the whole time, watching the girls fight. He did not undertake anything through labor, because helping his sister would mean agreeing with her. But when it dawned on him that she could die, the guy realized that he couldn't let that happen. Will can't believe her ears. She realizes that all this time she's been wasting her time. Calling him an idiot, the girl asks what he is going to do now, and the guy says that in that case, he will have to stop Will because of the change of sides. When, under the influence of Trudum, the peak rises out of the ground and heads towards her, Will is calm. She does nothing even when he is just millimeters away from her throat, and Trudum says that he is obliged to do this since he needs to protect his family. Will grins colorlessly, reminding them that the boy did nothing to help his family in the fight. And Trudum is on his own wavelength, saying that, although they are of the same rank, he has more experience in battles. Will says he's talking nonsense because she even outdid that blonde, and she invites this C rank to answer for his words right here and now. A voice is heard from behind, commanding both hunters to stop immediately. Thrift says that researcher Gloria Gold will definitely die if she is not healed quickly. The healer says that if this happens, These two won't get away with it so easily. She asks to put the blonde back in her place, postponing all fights until a more opportune time. Turning to Will, Thrift asks her why she got so worked up so quickly. Watching this scene, the brunette cannot understand why Trudum tolerates this. Meanwhile, Thrift asks the guy to be more careful until he is C rank. He asks the healer to stop rubbing salt into his wound. A thought comes to Will's mind, and she begins to understand what kind of guy this is. Then she approaches Trudum and calls out to him. He asks, puzzled, "What's the matter?" And the girl with the sweet face asks this bastard to apologize to her. The guy flares up. Will realizes she misunderstood him, and they begin to talk about apologizing. Bionor asks the healer if the Huntress Gloria Gold is okay, and she answers positively. The officer feels guilty for the blonde's worsening condition, but the healer calms her down. The girl believes that since her mana has been stabilized, she needs to finish the research as soon as possible. This means they need to clear a B-rank dungeon with their current roster after healing. Thrift reminds his interlocutor that they are not from the attack classes, expressing concern. Will asks the guy what they are talking about, and he replies that they are talking about their helplessness. The brunette notes that she was a C rank initially and remains one. The guy asks his interlocutor to stop chatting in a dissatisfied tone. He's already telling everyone that even with their C ranks, it's still possible to clear the dungeon. Will still can't understand why no one wants to believe her. Because it's the truth. She addresses the discussion, but a glare from the side attracts her attention. Disappointedly, the girl notices that this thing is also not going to die, just like its owner. Noticing that Will has become quiet, the guy turns to her, asking what's wrong. Catching sight of his sister's equipment, Trudum cries out in amazement, surprised by its durability. Looking at the bright light, the guy involuntarily swallows, starting to think about the worst. After all, this technique should disappear on its own unless the mana concentration is high. Trudum asks the healer if his sister has woken up and receives a negative answer. He asks to take it and get away from here, but he himself is going to detain this thing. The officer approaches Trudum, asking how she can help, but the answer is negative. But Bionor says that she can't leave C rank so easily by just walking away. The guy notes that it's all the girl's fault, although something else is more important right now. This golden point needs to be destroyed, and Trudum says he has already done this. Freeing the peak from underground, the guy asks to simply trust him in this matter. Watching the stone giant continue to grow, Bionor asks a question. She wonders if this boulder is too big, to which she receives an answer. The guy says that this is how it should be, because this is the only way to stop the equipment. He draws Will's attention to himself, prompting her to ask a follow-up question. Saying that it is dangerous there, the guy asks her to come closer. The girl immediately agrees. She asks if it's okay that he's doing all this even though he's only a C rank. The guy doesn't seem to hear her, worrying more about the fact that the girl might die. Carrying out the manipulation gradually, first of all, labor creates a barrier. Jumping in to check its thickness, the guy is satisfied. That's exactly how it should be. And now, all that remains is to release the cobblestone right into the core of this luminous clot. This is where the process of destroying Gloria's equipment ends, as always. Satisfied with his skills, the guy announces his intention to start, and he does this. And a stone block of incredible size rushes down towards its target. Hitting the exact center of the golden source, she imprints it into the ground. From such a force, cracks begin to crawl across the ground in all directions, growing into webs of interweaving. A moment later, the stone shakes, doing its work, steam rising from the cracks. Pleased with himself, Trudum informs those present about the successful manipulation. But something seems wrong, because the barrier is shaking, and chips are appearing in some places. Labor acknowledges the fact that he could barely stand it, and Will asks what he is doing. The guy, in turn, asks why she climbed onto the barrier, because it's dangerous. Will asks how he did it, and Trudum explains the principle of creating a black hole. When the girl lost control, the technique became, to put it bluntly, a piece of mana without a master. Will is surprised, clarifying the fact that this is the work of Trudum's sister. The guy says he uses the cobblestone to redirect mana to the ground. Will finds this interesting, and Trudum adds that all that remains is to wait for the collapse. The girl finds this idea dubious and speaks about it openly. Trudum counters by saying that he has used something similar many times before. Will is puzzled by the glow and asks how long it has been going on. He answers with difficulty that everything is fine. just at the moment when the cobblestone splits. Will says that she's still lost, and the guy screams, calling what is happening madness. And, leaning down, he asks Gloria to come to her senses, telling her that she has lost. Smiling sweetly, the healer pauses for a very long time, and then he says that the recovery will take longer, most likely due to the lowered rank. The girl clarifies whether they were really going to die, but she believed Trudum. Will thinks of the situation as a mess when the guy asks the healer not to panic. As she casts a not particularly interested glance at the crash site, the girl experiences something unusual. The feeling seems strange to her because it reminds her of something very familiar, and then it dawns on her that these are the same flying eyes with which the girl fought the day before. Will senses that monsters are hiding below, and there are many of them there. The girl finds the dungeon quite interesting, because she can easily level up here. Will thinks the only problem is that everyone will die before completing the dungeon. There are only two options. Either go straight to the boss, or destroy this thing, which is more logical. After thinking for a moment, the girl suddenly smiles and turns to her interlocutor. When she turns to Trudum, he is surprised and asks what she needs. Will offers to thank her by calling the guy an unkissed C-rank small fry. The interlocutor explodes, asking why she even thought that this was so. Will argues that the boy can't even clean up after his sister. He stops short when he sees Will's actions and asks what she is doing. The girl, enjoying the solid ground for the last time, asks him what he thinks. And, jumping down, she answers her own question that she is going to clean up after his sister. Saying that she will clear the way, the girl recommends following her only after that. Looking at Gloria's technique, Will thinks that although it is small, it is frightening. The girl finds it incredible that such a concentration of mana would be concentrated just for the sake of killing her, just so that the older sister could protect her little brother. A scene in which Trudum spoke about protecting his family involuntarily comes to mind. Will mentally addresses him, telling him that she has no one to protect, and no reason to. And another memory flashes before my eyes, where my brother says that he is leaving because he finds the very fact that they are a family disgusting. Remembering how she called Jasper, Will thinks about how she was abandoned by everyone she loved, and yet, despite the harsh truth, she is going to do it now. Despite the fact that she understands that there is not much sense in her actions, Will remembers how he made her feel like she was wrong, and the girl is going to end it with her own body, to make sure. A detached laugh escapes her lips, and Will admits that it hurts like hell. Eventually, it breaks down into atoms, leaving behind only the ring. However, it does not allow Will to die even in this case, beginning to create the girl's flesh. And so, cell by cell, it eventually appears in its original form. Will had foreseen this, so she continues her movement towards the source again. And just like the first time, the accumulation of concentrated mana begins to split it. And this happens again and again. And the system never tires of repeating the ill-fated words. After all, the carrier of the parasite ring cannot die before the end of the incubation period. Kneeling down to get a better look below, the officer calls out to researcher Trudum. The girl asks worriedly why this huntress is still alive. Bionor asks more of a rhetorical question about whether Will is really human, and the guy, without answering, falls into his own thoughts, plunging deep within himself. At some point, everything stops. The golden glow fades away completely. Realizing that her torment was over, the girl slowly turned around, and then she screams joyfully, glad that she was able to destroy this thing after all. Will bursts into laughter, allowing the officer to praise her luck. With difficulty, Bionor asks the girl to give the thing, otherwise her appearance distracts the guy too much. Calling him a kissless little thing, Will is amazed at the quality of the clothes he has on him. The guy is overcome with rage, and the girl laughs, amused by such a humorous reaction. Without wasting any time, Will suggests moving forward, much to the officer's confusion. And while Bionor clarifies what will happen next, the girl moves on to decisive action. And in the process, it reminds them that they still need to clear this dungeon. Trudum enters the conversation, asking if she really means clearing the dungeon. After all, it looks like something else, at least not in the usual sense of the word. The impact is so strong that everyone falls down, ending up underground. They check on each other's condition, and then Trudum provides some light. The guy freezes in a stupor, not expecting something like this. But Will is amused by what is happening. Looking around, they notice how the monsters' mouths begin to drool onto their prey, and then the first of them lets out a deep, drawn-out growl, starting to slowly approach. He can't understand why there are so many monsters. This never happened in normal dungeons. The thought flashes through the minds of each of the hunters that they are surrounded, that the situation is dangerous. Under the gaze of the predators, Thrift not only trembles, she begins to squeak in fear. And then he suddenly remembers one important moment, sharply turning to the side. The girl wonders why Gloria uses the monster's paw as a pillow. The girl apologizes and says that she should have taken better care of the seeker. Meanwhile, breaking free from the crowd of its brethren, the first monster decides to take action. He throws his hand forward with difficulty to protect the healer, who is unable to fight. The boulder successfully pierces the monster, causing Thrift to recoil just in case. Trude asks why she jumped here, and she replies that she followed the unconscious Gloria. The guy leaves this unanswered, swinging at the approaching monsters. So far, dealing with them has proven easy, and Trudum is taking advantage of this moment. So, around a group of people, there is a protection of stakes with monsters impaled on them, but there are still too many of them. So Trudum suggests leaving the creatures to the other team. The girls agree with the guy unanimously, realizing that there is meaning in his words. Satisfied with the answer, Trudum gives the order to search for the boss's hideout. He himself does not intend to sit on the sidelines, joining in the search. The guy mentally addresses him, asking where he is. Moving his eyes first one way and then the other, Trudum slowly scans the area. But so far, his searches have yielded nothing. The guy discovers either small ones or emptiness, but suddenly he manages to grab hold of the thread that leads Trudum to his cherished goal. So the guy finds the boss's hideout, successfully determining the direction and approximate distance to him. Will asks her to ignore the boss, promising to eliminate everyone. Her interlocutor thinks she's crazy, but in the end, he gives in, asking the girl if she can see the temple standing nearby. Will shifts his gaze until he lands on the required structure, confirming. Then Trudum announces his intention to break through the line of monsters, clearing the way. The girl must close the line and protect the others as they move towards the exit. The guy is sure that it will take about 2 minutes and asks to stay behind until he returns. Will clarifies that he wants to take down the boss first, and his interlocutor responds by arguing his strategy. Answering that she doesn't want to, the girl gives in to the impulse, causing displeasure to the self-proclaimed leader. Unable to find adequate words, the guy calls her crazy, and she runs away laughing, asking if he seriously thinks that she will obey. Of course not, she answers herself, saying that there is so much prey around. Will continues, saying that he is not going to let her go for any amount of money, and she intends to continue doing this until there is no one left alive. Laughing loudly, the girl moves across the battlefield, enjoying every moment of it. She states that no one will go to the boss's arena, irritating Trudum. All the monsters that come don't stop Will, and they don't diminish her excitement in the least. On the contrary, she is becoming more and more heated, increasing her stats at an impressive rate. Unable to keep up with its owner, the system continues to send notifications about her success. Will, frozen for a few moments, acknowledges the fact that the monsters never end. But instead of grieving about it, the girl's lips stretch into a mad smile. Will suddenly looks up, realizing she's gone a little further than she planned, because she found herself right in front of the place where the boss of these creatures lives. But before entering, the girl is going to make another small increase to her strength. She gets into a more comfortable position, slowly beginning to fill her lungs with air. And then he starts screaming at the top of his lungs, influencing nearby monsters. As if hypnotized, the monsters, one after another, begin to look back at the source of the sound. Those who had been hiding begin to crawl out of all the cracks, heading towards the prey past the others. Realizing that Will is luring everyone to himself, the officer is perplexed by the girl's plan. She's terrified to think what Will is going to do with all this crowd. The huntress's actions are even more disarming. Her intentions seem insane. Bionor doesn't understand why this is so, since she personally lowered the girl's stats to C rank. Trudum is also outraged, believing that Will remained at A rank all this time. And while he is thinking about this, a monster that has strayed from the pack sneaks up on Thrift. The healer is already preparing for the worst, but she is saved just in time. Trudum asks, shouting, if the girl is okay, and she thanks him just as loudly in response. Will, who noticed this, is worried about something else. that the guy stole her kill. She asks him to stop stealing, and the guy is amazed at the recklessness of this girl. He asks if she really wants them all to die, to which she answers in the affirmative. The guy promises to beat up his interlocutor as soon as his previous rank is restored. She just teases him, asking if he really doesn't need her help anymore. He answers with work in his hearts, confirming his words that he does not need the girl's help. Noticing the newly arrived monsters, the guy announces that their numbers are growing. He begins to beg Will to help him, and the girl mocks him in response. She turns around at the exact same moment when she is told to put up a block right now. An unpleasant shudder runs through the girl's body. She can't believe what she's hearing. She would recognize this voice among 1,000, but it cannot be here at all. Trudome again asks the girl to help him, reminding him of his request. Will agrees, but calls the guy by his ex's name. Screaming disgustingly, the monster approaches from behind so that Trudome will not be able to block. However, he faces a fiasco, caused by a swift backhand movement. Will rushes next to him, making a few more movements with his shield, which he uses to cut the monster. He tells the girl that he believed in her, and sincerely thanks her for saving him. He turns to her and asks if everything is okay, since Will, for some reason, does not answer. She says that he is already dead, asking why he still continues to command. She is also extremely concerned about why she continues to hear it. There's a loud noise from behind, and Will turns around with the hated name on his lips. She sees in front of her something other than what she should, but she remembers that she killed Hephanes Kama. The girl can't understand why she still obeys her ex-boyfriend's orders. Trudeau thanks him again, admitting that he is already beginning to feel awkward. Will leaves the question of why she removes the shield unanswered, forcing her to ask additional questions. The girl doesn't answer them either, which irritates the guy, who expressed his thoughts. Well, Will, hurrying forward, doesn't hear anyone, scattering curses along the way. The girl tells them to get out of her way immediately, otherwise there will be trouble. But the warnings are in vain, because she scatters them left and right, destroying them. The girl is so strong that it is no trouble for her to punch through bodies with her bare hands. Mangled limbs fly in all directions as Will clears a path. And so, having dealt with yet another monster, she sends him back to his own kind. Finally, the girl slows down, seeing that there is no one else nearby. Looking around, she realizes that she has already overcome the barrier and found herself on the boss's doorstep. Will's gaze becomes serious as a firm intention appears and strengthens in his mind. Having glanced at the vault, the girl resolutely begins her journey deeper into the lair. Approaching her interlocutor, she asks to clarify whether he was the one who called her. Lazily glancing at this monster, the girl clicks her tongue, calling this thought absurd. The ruler of the fallen paradise, a B-rank boss, stood before her in all his glory. He starts to say something, but the girl doesn't understand the words. They sound completely unfamiliar. Will asks him directly what he just said, asking him to speak more clearly, and the boss says something again. And although the words are incomprehensible, the emotion is discernible in his furious speech. Will again says he doesn't understand, but notes that the noise is too loud. The ruler of the fallen paradise continues his speech in an incomprehensible language, and the girl exhales. Saying she was bored with it, Will took a wide leap, rushing towards her opponent. But he is not as simple as he seems, and is already beginning to exude his magic, concentrating. At that very moment, a painfully familiar voice is heard behind the girl, addressing her by name. Stopping and turning around, Will can't believe her eyes, her eyebrows rising in surprise. Approaching the girl, Happiness greets her with the words that they haven't seen each other for a long time. He says he missed her very much, continuing to close the distance. But the girl does not allow the illusion to get any closer to her, eliminating it at the root. Not a muscle moves in Will's face, and her answer is sarcastic. She shakes her hand after the blow, as if she had stepped in something disgusting, and the system sends a notification that its characteristic has increased by 1. The girl thoughtfully says the words about how she raised her characterization after the murder of Hephanes. However, glancing at the guy, she finds in his place just an ordinary monster. Looking at the boss, the girl becomes curious about how he managed to find out about happiness. Will comes to the conclusion that this is exactly the ability of this monster. The girl clarifies, paraphrasing what she means by reading other people's memories, after which this creature brings the traumatic events of a person to life. Will finds this effective, remembering how she used to blindly follow Happiness's orders. The girl even starts to laugh at how much effort the monster put into this illusion. Admitting that she doesn't know why she was lured here, Will says she's not interested, and if it is necessary to kill 1,000 copies, then she is ready to destroy them all at once. Trudum growls with displeasure, remembering that he asked Will to help him, and now he can't even imagine how he can cope with this whole pack on his own. But then he suddenly realizes that there really are too many of them. But the nearest creature makes a sound that is not like those that were before, and runs away. His example is immediately followed by all the others, and the whole crowd heads towards the boss's lair. Trudum, who had prepared himself for the blow, remains frozen in the corresponding pose, perplexed. The next moment, the guy tries to understand why they all ran away to the temple, and in the temple, the girl fights her worst nightmare in reality. One of the Happines asks her to join the guild, saying why Jasper left, but Will tries not to listen to the words that she is the cause of everything. And Happines continues his sophisticated manipulations, even with his head separated from the body. He says that he is saying all this only because he is worried about her, about their love. He asks her to try together, asking if he has offended her in any way. The guy continues to put pressure on the girl, moving towards a negative attitude towards the parents. He reminds her about her brother's tuition, which must be paid regularly and on time. The voices merge into one when Happiness says that he loves his girlfriend. Agreeing to leave, Will replies that she doesn't love him. The system reports a rank increase, and the girl immediately says that she adores Happiness. Will falls silent, but his lips involuntarily stretch into a grimace smile. Jumping up abruptly, the girl says what she now has to do, and, soaring above the giant eye as a sign of his superiority, Will says goodbye to the boss. Saying that she had a lot of fun, the girl believes that everything comes to an end, and a strong blow provokes an explosion, hiding what happened from prying eyes. With a sigh of relief, the girl, with a clear conscience, announces that the dungeon is cleared, and the dying eye turns to her, speaking in human terms and asking a question. He doesn't understand why she betrayed him, because they are of the same blood. And then the girl realizes that it is not he who speaks like a human being, but she understands him. Will stares at the soulless monster for a moment longer, thinking. He waits, not losing hope that the girl will answer the question asked. The answer is a sudden and sharp kick to the very core of the huge pupil. Will asks the monster to speak more clearly, citing that he does not understand him. A ghostly glow begins to emanate from the ring, and it seems to become lighter. Lowering her gaze to the object, the girl begins to study it with interest. And suddenly the ring loosens to such an extent that it slips off her finger on its own. With a corresponding sound, it hits the floor and rolls for some time. Will can't believe his eyes, wondering why the ring fell off her finger. The girl looks at the object lying nearby with disbelief, actively thinking about something. And then she cries out joyfully, coming to the conclusion that her torment has come to an end. Will concludes that it was enough for her to obtain an S rank to remove this ring. The girl says that if she had known this, she would not have bothered with the hidden dungeons. Will can't get enough of his happiness, constantly repeating joyful words. Admiring her past scourge, the girl notices that everything turned out easier than expected. She's in for a surprise when the system tells her that this E-rank ring is empty. The girl does not understand how this is possible, remembering that it used to be the parasite ring. And then the system, raising questions, reports that the primary development has been completed. As Will thinks about this, a distorted, rattling sound bursts into her head. The unknown interlocutor continues to say some incomprehensible things, causing panic. Will tries to understand what is being said, but she can't do it. The girl does not give up, stubbornly asking herself what this creature wants from her. Gloria's eyes widen and she gulps in air, filling her lungs with oxygen. She can hardly believe that she is still alive, so she says these words out loud. The healer and the officer notice that the blonde has woken up and openly express joy. They ask her not to move and apologize for contributing to her worsening condition. Gloria politely brushes off the pleasantries, asking what's wrong with her little brother. The healer cannot hold back tears of emotion and joy that the blonde is alive. She also apologizes to Thrift, noting that, unfortunately, she showed her worst side. The girl is already sobbing loudly, asking Gloria not to put herself in danger anymore. And while they are making out, Trudum finally suggests that they rent a room for themselves. Gloria feels uneasy because while she was unconscious, Will was still steering everything until now. The girl considers this shameful, because she could never even think about something like this. She thinks that the situation seems strange to her. Thoughts that lead to the Lich's skills. The blonde recalls Thrift's words about the girl leaving shortly after providing assistance. She is unnerved by the fact that Will's power is so great despite visiting many dungeons. Gloria asks her brother to take her to the boss arena. The guy is surprised by his sister's zeal for battle. The blonde says that it's not about that, but about finding a way out after clearing the dungeon. She offers to meet with Will. Thrift asks him to promise to avoid fighting. Gloria says she'll have to tell this girl something. Her brother clarifies what. The blonde replies that she wants to thank Will because she saved their lives. The guy is amazed at his sister's calmness because the brunette almost killed her, and she doesn't care. Gloria emphasizes that she is alive, which means she should be grateful for that too. The guy states that people change after clinical death, and the interlocutor jokes, and he suggests that she wait until she gets home if he really wants to argue with her. The girl promises to listen to her younger brother, which surprises him. Taking advantage of the moment, he is going to go to the hidden dungeons, which is still forbidden. Not understanding how it works, the guy asks why it's still not possible. The old Gloria returns, saying she doesn't want her little brother to die. Thrift notices that the blonde really loves her brother. The officer confirms this. Entering the final boss's chambers, the hunters and Bionor are amazed by Will. It's not that they doubted her, but now they were convinced that she had killed all the monsters. Gloria asks her brother not to relax, because there was no sign yet that the dungeon had been cleared. The guy agrees to be left alone, but notices that the place is very quiet. As they clear the final obstacle to the boss room, Trudome whistles. As the defeated boss comes into view, one of the girls voices everyone's thoughts. Trudome speaks of a sea of blood and asks Will, calling out if she is finished here. Coming closer, the guy suggests to his partner that they leave this place as quickly as possible, and he suggests simply finishing off the boss, since that's how the exits from the dungeon open. The girl mumbles something, but Trudome cannot make out her words and asks again, but she doesn't answer him at all. Will is talking to the defeated creature. Hoping that he is imagining things, Trudome turns his attention to the situation. But Will is clearly speaking. Frightened but cautious, the guy asks if she is really talking to a monster right now. Noticing strange clots in the girl's hands, the guy feels uneasy and calls out. And the interlocutor, turning around, addresses the guy, her intonation changing to a question. Trudomov does not understand what she is saying and tells the girl about it. His fear intensifies. Will, or whatever she has become, changes her intonation, her speech becoming more and more emotional. Realizing where this is all heading, the blonde screams hysterically, telling her brother to run away immediately. And Will is already very close, twisting and jumping in the blink of an eye. Gloria is also not slow, rushing to help as soon as she can. But she is only a C rank. She doesn't have time, because their forces are far from equal, and the guy barely has time to be amazed by the impulse. The contacting forces cause an explosion, engulfing the entire space around in fog. The girls standing at a distance only see the blonde fly back. Thrift screams. They, along with the officer, shout out Gloria's name in unison as they rush towards her, and she, burping, tries to understand what fate befell her younger brother, whether he is alive. Gloria asks why the demotion didn't affect Will, but she doesn't understand. Bionor says she only knows that this researcher is different from the others, but Gloria doesn't believe her, believing that the officer used the demotion only on her and her brother. Bionor denies this, saying she personally saw the ranks of each of the three drop. The idea comes to the girl's mind that Will is no longer human. When the healer decisively leaves somewhere, Gloria asks where she is going. Choking from coughing, Trudome asks if the girl herself understands what she is doing. The guy wonders why he has to jump from his seat. Can't he just take off his eyes first? He asks her to stop acting like this, and Will responds in a non-human language. She continues to say something, making her intonation questioning and moving closer, and Trudome mentally curses from frustration that now they don't understand each other. The guy assumes that Will went crazy after eating this monster. He struggles to remember how he managed to bring the girl back to consciousness last time. Meanwhile, Will starts babbling something again, forcing him to look at her and ask for clarification. Judging by her smile, he concludes that the girl is talking about something extremely pleasant. And the next moment he guesses, without words, in an incomprehensible language, what's what. The guy doesn't want to believe that Will now wants to eat him, but it's the truth. When Trudome thinks all is lost, Salvation comes in the form of an angry healer. Will is thrown back slightly by the force of the blow, but doesn't lose his balance. He cries out with difficulty and screams softly but long drawn out, afraid to imagine what will happen. The healer turns to Will, reminding her of her words about warning her. She told the girl that she would never again allow a hair to fall from Gloria's head. Trudum reminds her that the healer's attack will not end well, but she has her own opinion. Thrift tells the guy to calm his girlfriend down, to which he says they are not dating, and Trudum asks the healer to stop saying such terrible things. Will, meanwhile, comes to his senses and begins to say something in the language of monsters, and she leans forward with the intention of getting Thrift, who dared to interfere. She recoils in horror, not knowing what to do, already regretting that she dared to interfere without a plan. The guy comes to the rescue, anticipating the touch and attacking from both sides at once. A bloody cough comes out of Will's mouth, accompanied by some incomprehensible word. Trudome apologizes, but reminds his interlocutor that healers are a rarity these days. Gloria asks if Thrift is okay, to which she apologizes for getting angry. The blonde thinks there is no difference, but it was still all too much. The officer asks if Will is okay. Trudome is confident that such an attack will not kill her. Bianor suggests waiting a little before they can leave this place. Gloria tells her brother to leave the brunette, and he reminds her of her own words she said earlier. The guy turns to Will, asking if she heard what they were just talking about, and, saying that this is all for her, he asks the girl to get out of her unconscious. He has a hard time believing in her, and he says he doesn't think Will is a maniac, no matter what. Even though she might not be all there, the guy doesn't give up. And although the girl has no pupils, no iris, Trudome is sure that she is looking at him, just like he was now, right into its depths, periodically calling Will by name. She manages to wake up and asks, perplexed, what he wants. And then he asks what this crap is, and the guy carefully asks the girl not to move. The brunette's gaze involuntarily meets the one standing opposite her, not far away. Seeing that the blonde is alive, Will enthusiastically announces this, noticing the patched wounds. Gloria carefully clarifies whether her interlocutor is currently okay. She is perplexed by these words, and then Trudum asks if she really doesn't remember anything. Will racks his brain and asks how they all ended up here when no one else was there. The girl also begins to remember how the parasite ring fell off her finger, and the system reported that the primary development was complete. Will's memories of what happened afterward also return, but they are far from encouraging. Saying that the girl was still too weak, the creature ordered that this eye be devoured. It punished Will to strive for a power that was much greater. This is how memories come together, beginning to form a coherent picture. Turning around, Will realizes that she has started eating this monster. The girl's breathing quickens, becoming intermittent as she thinks about it. And after this, consciousness begins to cloud over, and a dark veil descends over the eyes. Noticing that something is happening, Trudum has a bad feeling, and the girl falls down, wondering why she ate the monster boss in the first place. As Eve moves towards her goal, she is forced to slow down by some strange sixth sense. She stops to turn around questioningly, looking around carefully. The girl says out loud that she thought she heard some kind of sound. However, attempts to spot something or someone on the horizon are not unsuccessful. They call out to her, asking what the girl is doing there, to which she says that everything is fine. As Eve continues on her way, she tries to understand why she is worried about Will at this moment. Meanwhile, the worried Trude tries to bring the girl to her senses, but in vain. She doesn't react to him even when the guy's voice turns into a scream. Users receive a notification from the system about the clearing of the Fallen Paradise dungeon. The members of the other guilds are also happy that everything is over and they are alive. One of the guys didn't expect anything less from the Red Ship Guild, who completed the task in 7 hours. The second one is about to go inside now, but he is reminded that he cannot yet. The guy doesn't see anything wrong with the fact that the previous group is still in the dungeon, and those who notice the researchers first notify everyone else of their exit. When the 5 emerge from the portal, those nearby say they are okay. Red Ship-obsessed fans are praising the returning explorers. Gloria notices that Thrift is still embarrassed, and she says that it's hard to get used to something like that. The blonde switches to her brother, reminding him of Will's actions, and he parries. He is about to add something else, but remembers one very important thing. The guy thinks that Bjornor has already realized that Vid's rank is not equal to C. He entertains the idea of saying they don't know anything and walking away. And the bespectacled man expresses joy, saying that they were scared during the dungeon class upgrade. When asked to tell what exactly happened inside, Trudum begins to hesitate. Bionor, who intervened, apologizes, but all the information will be revealed later, in the report. The interlocutor agrees with this, reproaching himself for not having thought of this immediately. When Bionor approaches Trudum, he asks why she did it. The girl ignores the question and says that she needs to go, asking him to take care of the others. Finally, the officer says that he will write in the report about the brother and sister clearing the dungeon. She believes that researcher Will Good should rest after the changes she has experienced. Trudum doesn't quite understand his interlocutor. Assuming that she was already familiar with the brunette, she answers negatively, asking him to look after Will and protect her as best he can. The people around her are mumbling something, but the girl is not very interested in their ordinary conversations. Snippets and mutterings reach her, but she is too deep in her own thoughts. Bringing the now empty parasite ring closer to his eyes, Will thinks hard. The incoherent muttering, meanwhile, grows into a voice that gradually increases in volume. They suggest sending a group into the dungeon to retrieve resources for sale. This is necessary in order to send out trade offers to other guilds. Feeling someone's gaze on him, the guy turns to Will. Noticing that the girl has woken up, she asks what they are discussing, and the guy honestly answers what the topic of conversation is. Will starts talking about how she cleared the dungeon alone, but the ending is cut off. Trudum asks to contact them as soon as the resource assessment is completed, and the interlocutor agrees. The guy asks Will why she decided that all these resources belong to her. The girl calls him a bore, and Trudum asks if she can imagine the difficulties of ransom. Will gloomily remarks that this guy talks too much and boringly. The girl asks whether the Gads Guild will take part in the auction. Trudum clarifies. Will explains that she used to be a member, but perhaps the guild is more insignificant than it seemed. Trudum asks if his interlocutor knows Bionor, and she replies in the negative, asking why. The guy shares that the officer will not mention the brunette's behavior in his report. It is thanks to her that Will not be sent to jail, although he could have. Will counters this. Trudum is not surprised by such an answer, not doubting that the girl would have done just that. He thinks that Will needs to rest a little longer, but he himself is going to finish his business. As he leaves, the guy thinks that the brunette is now behaving normally. But the problem is, he can't be sure she won't go crazy again. And when the guy thinks that the ship better keep an eye on her, he is called out. When he turns around, he sees the girl shuffling her feet, clearly collecting her thoughts. And he asks if he thinks she's strange because he saw what she was like. Thinking back, Will says that other people look at her as if she were some kind of monster. And the ring eventually emptied, transferring what was inside to her body. And before that, the subject was of the highest class known to the girl. And while this thing controls the girl's body, she can't do anything about it. Will admits that she was scared, afraid that she would disappear completely. She asks what will happen if she actually turns into some kind of monster. The guy returns to the girl, sitting down opposite her and asking him to listen carefully. Addressing Will by name, he confidently says that this will never happen. Trudoy is sure of this because he himself will never allow this to happen. While the girl is trying to cope with this strange feeling, he continues asking a question. He assumes that Will come to his senses if it is cut off, and believes that he can prevent this from happening. The girl thinks that the guy will have problems someday because of his soft-heartedness. He replies that this will never happen, and asks her not to cry when she gets beaten up. Not noticing what was coming, Will notices that his interlocutor is again pretending to be tough, and Gloria menacingly asks how much longer her brother is going to hang out here. Will calmly asks if Trudum has any idea what's inside her. Hearing these words, Gloria freezes, involuntarily completing the picture with her imagination. The blonde seems to stop breathing, trying to understand what this girl is talking about. And Trudum says that when it gets out of the villas, it will be just as unbearable. And when he asks her not to worry because he will take responsibility, Gloria growls. The unsuspecting guy asks his sister when she managed to come, and she, calling her brother a little bastard, talks about the problems that arose because of his adventures. He doesn't resist with difficulty because he doesn't even understand what could have enraged the Fury so much. And the blonde is already asking Will if this child is really her brother, the guy retorts. The girl thinks for just a moment, and then a cunning plan matures in her head. Gloating, she orders Trudum to take responsibility for this, calling him a scoundrel. The guy gets even more furious, asking how dare this girl set him up. Embarrassed, Thrift finds the strength to congratulate the young father, but he refuses, and Gloria, having heard this dialogue, becomes even more furious, shouting her brother's name. He tries to explain everything with difficulty, saying that the girls misunderstood him. The blonde is still unhappy. Although her anger has already subsided, Trudeau remains sullenly silent, having come to the conclusion several times that it is better not to contradict his sister. Well, Will, who is preparing food, periodically turns puzzled glances at her relatives. Finally, she asks what the gloomy mood is that hangs in the room between them, and they all say in one voice that it's all because of her. The girl asks what she did. Gloria doesn't understand what Will is doing in their house, and they tell her that her own house was destroyed. This happened after the portal to the hidden dungeon opened. Gloria says it's not her problem, and Will wishes the girl bon appetit. The blonde is irritated by everything connected with the girl, starting with the food she prepares. Trudeau says that he personally intends to eat it. Gloria does not share his enthusiasm. Without listening to his sister, the guy puts the first portion in his mouth and freezes, amazed. He admits that he didn't know that something like this could be prepared in their kitchen. The guy asks if Will cooked it herself, and the blonde misunderstands her brother. The girl asks who this brat thinks he is, and the interlocutor retorts. Then, Will mercifully allows him not to eat what she cooked. Gloria looks from one to the other with distrust, torn between principle and curiosity, and yet, the latter wins out, forcing the blonde to cautiously try a piece of the dish. And at that very moment, it was as if an electric shock struck her, and completely unexpected thoughts were born in her head. While washing the dishes after a heavy dinner, the brunette is respectfully called out. Gloria asks if the girl would like to stay and live with them, and Will responds with a modest consent. Sighing in irritation, Trudeau asks if his sister has changed her mind too quickly. Returning to them, he wonders what these two are doing here. He reminds the girls that not long ago they fought each other to the death. Gloria suggests talking to Will frankly about what happened in the dungeon and the child, and Trudeau clarifies that there is something EX rank inside the girl. Gloria can't believe her ears, because she has never heard of such a class. The blonde, turning to Will, notes that she turned out to be even more dangerous than she thought. She suggests killing her, and her interlocutor, laughing, says that this is not feasible yet. He asks with difficulty whether a person who hugs and praises food can speak like that. Gloria remembers Will eating the boss and saying something strange, but she doesn't remember. The only thing she remembers is that she only partially understood her boss's words. The children are amazed, asking what the monster could have talked to the seeker about. The girl admits that at first he got angry and said something incomprehensible, and then, hearing the words about reaching the S-class, Trudeau feels deep surprise. Recalling, Will says that at first the boss talked about how similar they were, then about betrayal, how she remembers now that huge eye, crying and asking about what had been done. Will wonders whether he should tell his listeners what happened next, and in the end, she answers that she was unable to make out the last words of this creature. Looking at the faces of her brother and sister, the girl asks inquiringly what is wrong with them, and they begin to talk about the pressing issues, about what might happen to the world after the discovery. Will suggests going back to try to make out all the boss's words. Trudeau denies, and then he asks if the girl wants to go back to the dungeon again. The answer is yes. When asked whether there are other dungeons nearby, Trudeau answers positively, but with a caveat. A shrill scream cuts through the air, turning into an angry hiss, after which, sweeping away everything in its path, the snake's tail quickly slithers across the ground. The D-rank Holy Serpent, which is a guardian, rushes to attack its prey. She also dodges, ducking out of the way of the attack and jumping back, increasing the distance between them. The leader calls out to the buffer, ordering Eve to cast support spells. The girl begins to do this already at the stage of accepting the order, creating the Iron Will. Meanwhile, the monster, screaming piercingly, attacks again, but this time with its tail. Covering himself with a shield, the blonde notes that his defense has increased by 12%. The serpent attacks again while Eve continues to cast support. So, while the leader holds back the monster, the girl strengthens the rest of the allies, and the archer's attack power increases by 15% at the moment of drawing. By sending a second arrow after the first, the girl wounds the enemy in several places at once. Meanwhile, Eve asks researcher Hannah Gold to prepare by canceling the Iron Will. At the same time, the girl cancels ally strength in favor of another buff. When a comrade gets ahead, Eve uses Awakening on him, and the swordsman, swinging his sword just a couple of times, sends his enemy to the next world. After all, Eve manages to deliberately increase the power of his attack by 18%. When the system reports that the cleanup is complete, the girl allows herself to breathe a sigh of relief. The team leader praises his teammates for excellent work, and they reciprocate. The monster begins to disintegrate, and the system notifies that the training in the virtual dungeon has been completed. Today's training is over, which means it's time to rest a bit. Despite his success, Eve becomes lost in thought. Lost in uneasy thoughts. The blonde man asks why the girl is so sad and guesses the reason for her concern. Eve is happy she made it to the second test, but she's worried that's all there is to it. The girl apologizes to Vorkson Sweet, assuming that she has burdened him with problems. The guy asks her not to worry about it, confident that the results will be good. The girl begins to understand the meaning of what was said only after Vorkson leaves, and she thinks deeply about this scene. But she is distracted from her thoughts. From somewhere to the side, a muffled noise is heard, forcing the girl to look away. When she does this, she is surprised by the sight of a familiar person actively waving his arms. Eve is almost as surprised by her friend as she is by her unusual appearance, and the girl is trying to understand where Will kept such clothes. Did she really buy new ones? The surprise increases even more when Eve notices Trudum Gold next to his friend. And then Gloria completes the picture, causing confusion with her conversations with Will. Eve can't help but let out a delighted squeal when he realizes who the blonde is. She, noticing a piercing and adoring gaze on herself, turns hers in surprise. Eve feels like she's actually in the ship. She never thought she'd see the duet in person. And when the blonde waves her hand to the candidate in a friendly manner, he completely holds his breath. And then Eve becomes firmly convinced that she will pass the next test. But another thought arises in her head, and the girl again turns her gaze to the trio, and Eve tries to find an answer to the question of why her neighbor might be with the wonderful duo. The first version that comes to mind is that the brunette was invited to the red ship. Imagination comes up with ideas contrary to common sense, looking for a catch in the words spoken then. And then Eve understands why the girl is wearing these clothes. She stayed at the house of these two. Also, against her will, evil words pop into her head about how she is no longer needed. And Will, looking at his friend, wonders why she has such an expression on her face. Walking down the corridor, the girl thinks that she understands perfectly well that she shouldn't think that way. Eve feels like only good things are happening to the brunette after that dungeon. Thinking about herself, the girl believes that she continues to stand still, without developing. Saying that Eve suddenly became gloomy, Will wonders if something serious has happened. Gloria suggests that the girl might be feeling unwell, and her interlocutor is worried about this. When Will asks Eve to pass, the blonde starts laughing, touched by the friendly bond. As if by chance, he says that he thinks he knows why the girl is behaving this way. Remembering that his sister was originally an S-class and Will was empty-headed, the guy capitulated. Will asks if Eve will be taking the test in the restarted dungeon tomorrow. Trudum confirms. When the brunette wants to go there too, the guy points out that she is not even a member of the red ship. The girl replies to this that it's all because she doesn't want to join guilds anymore. She admits that she wanted to go there with a friend, asking how dangerous it was. Gloria says there is nothing to worry about, as members of the red ship always enter the dungeon. Since Will has met her friend, the blonde suggests going and examining the girl. Asking her brother to go ahead, Gloria says there is something else she wants to say. The girl adds that at the same time she wants to analyze her interlocutor's ring. Participants are informed that instructions on how to take this test will now be provided, and they say that the test will take place in the same dungeon as before. The testing must be completed within no more than 5 days, which are allocated for cleanup. If time runs out, ship members will go after the contenders, after which they will be disqualified. Participants are also warned to focus on survival in an emergency. Vorkson suggests using this place as a base and going in search of monsters. Thinking back on the allotted time limit, Eve reflects that the record was 3 days. She counts the number of monsters, not counting the boss, and remembers how long it took them to defeat them. Dealing with all the mobs will be difficult due to their concentration areas and other surrounding factors. Hearing the approaching growl, the guy is glad that he managed to say everything before the monsters appeared. The team members begin their preparations. Khan draws his sword from its sheath. The archer follows her comrade's example, knocking her own weapon. The others also concentrate, focusing on the approaching sound of the monsters. And he, having reached his boiling point, reveals several snake-like creatures at once. The serpent, opening its fanged mouth, lets out a long hiss and takes off. Apparently sensing the blonde guy as a leader, the monster attacks him first. Worksan, stoically resisting the onslaught, turns to the researcher Eve for help. By announcing her readiness, the girl confirms that she heard the order. Just like before, the support casts Iron Will on the leader, increasing the shield's protection. Eve wonders if she has forgotten everything because she hasn't been in the dungeons for a long time. While Worksan is busy holding one monster, the second one goes around him from the side, and, growling in anticipation, he is already preparing to jump, sinking his teeth into his first victim. However, his wish is not granted due to a magic arrow that hits the target. By buffing the archer, Eve suggests Sweetring attack the monster again. A second attempt is not required, and the girl fires several arrows at the enemy at once. Eve's ally buff increases the archer's attack power by 10%. But this is not enough, and the serpent deflects the arrows with his strong tail. Sweetring can't believe it, and Eve thinks they need to aim better to break through the shroud. She advises the archer to aim for the body rather than the tail in order to slow down the monster. Sweetring reacts aggressively, reminding her interlocutor of her role on the team, considering command inappropriate. She blames Eve for the fact that the support did everything wrong, which is why it was not possible to break through the tail. The girl says that the archer is no better than her, and yet she gives it her all. And Khan turns to them both, asking if they couldn't find a better time to squabble. The guy tells the archer to help the tank by not allowing the monsters to get close to him, and she agrees. And he releases several arrows, which approach their targets with a whistling sound, and they are successfully overtaken because they end up in weakly defended areas. Amidst the furious sounds of monsters writhing in pain, Eve languishes in injustice. She understands perfectly well that this is a randomly assembled team, but this kind of attitude is insulting. The memory of Happiness closing the door behind Will comes to mind. She herself tried to defend the brunette and also said that she was fed up with this group. Eve remembers very well the words that her team leader at the time said to her back then. He asked her what she would do if she was abandoned the same way as Will the next time. The guy thought that no one would notice if a C-rank dungeon explorer disappeared inside. Happiness was confident that finding a new support player would not be difficult for the team at the moment. Thinking about it now, Eve wonders if they really needed her at all. Meanwhile, Khan asks her not to stand there like a pillar, but to finally apply the buffs. Swallowing all the pain and resentment, the girl dejectedly answers her interlocutor with consent. She obediently cancels Iron Will and Ally buff at the same time, and it casts the awakening effect on the swordsman, who immediately takes off. The snakes continue to roar, unable to get rid of the arrows sticking out of their heads. And at this time, Eve is thinking that she must get to the red ship by any means necessary. Watching Han's movements, she thinks that her life will definitely get better then. And the swordsman, thanks to the enhancement, skillfully maneuvers between the tails of the creatures, dodging each attack. Eve continues her thoughts, mentally telling Will that she wants to be like her. The girl recalls the words of the brunette, who spoke about how she could level up. Will then shared with her friend that you need to kill a lot, without thinking about the quantity. Eve, for the umpteenth time after that conversation, wonders why she became a support. After all, she can't increase her stats on her own. She exists with the class she awakened with. Lost in her thoughts, the girl doesn't hear the team leader addressing her, which notifies Eve that there is still one more monster looming right above her. And the support continues to envy Will, who found herself locked in that dungeon that day. A cry full of pain comes out from the open mouth, ready to grab onto prey. Having reached its desired target, the arrow throws the monster back with the force of its thrust. The girl, struck by a blow from a powerful tail, tries to somehow group herself together, reducing the risk of injury. The boys rush to the researcher, inquiring about her condition as she tries to cough. Suddenly, Worksan slows down, his gaze becoming puzzled at the person in front of him. The guy is desperately trying to understand why such a creature is in a place like this. Early in the morning, in one of the apartments of this high-rise building, the sound of a persistently ringing telephone is heard. Opening his sleepy eyes, Trudum does not give up hope that his potential interlocutor will give up. In vain. And this forces the guy to pick up the phone and try to make his voice sound more cheerful. The speaker announces that a C-class dungeon has suddenly upgraded to S-class. With a disgusting, chomping sound, this creature, superior to its opponents, devours the serpent. Worksan is afraid to even move, watching the sickening spectacle, as if mesmerized. The fair-haired man still cannot understand where such a creature could have come from in the dungeon. Continuously watching the movements of this creature, the guy feels his stomach rise to his throat. The test team leader knows for sure that there are no such monsters in the C-rank dungeon. After all, this is an A-rank creature, and its appearance here can only mean that the dungeon has increased in level. The guy hisses loudly at Eve to get the researcher out of here before the monster notices her. But the girl doesn't hear. No matter how the blonde man raises the decibels, bound by a sticky fear, the guy keeps trying to call a group member, and the archer suggests leaving the support and going out on their own. After all, they will all die because of her. And Eve is desperately trying to hammer into his head the order for his body to move. She understands perfectly well that she needs to leave. The girl does not want to become a burden for these people. Eve continues to give himself commands to move, hearing the rustling of the monster becoming audible closer and closer. With varying success, the girl is given the opportunity to move her head, and she gets the opportunity to appreciate the creature in all its glory. And then thoughts about its gigantic size mixed in my head, along with a feeling of fear. The latter take over her consciousness, and the girl can no longer think about anything other than the desire to live. Desperately, she repeats to herself, like a mantra, the words that she does not want to die at all. When the creature's limb touches the girl, she sobs convulsively, thinking that this is the end. However, there is no pain, and Eve widens his eyes in confusion, wondering. Looking up at this monster, the girl does not understand why he did not kill her. These large eyes seem strange to the support, as if human consciousness is flickering in them. A puzzled Khan asks why he doesn't attack, and the fellow archer replies that she doesn't know either. The fair-haired man doesn't understand why this monster is so calm, because usually such monsters have a monstrous appetite. Not believing his eyes, the guy assumes that there is something special about this researcher. The monster, meanwhile, approaches Eve again, touching her with its mandibles, which frightens the girl. As the creature begins to move its mouth, it makes strange sounds, somewhat reminiscent of speech. The girl, who had already calmed down a little, asks her strange interlocutor again what he said. The creature's gaze changes abruptly, and, as initially expected, it reaches out with its limb towards the victim. The support, unprepared for this, convulsively takes in air, accelerating her already restless heart. The leader of the group is already shouting at the top of his voice, trying to appeal to the voice of reason of the researcher. Unable to continue to stand idle, Khan walks around the blonde man, rushing to the aid of his teammate. Orksan continues to shout, now turning to the guy with an order to stop, and tells him not to provoke the monster. But it is too late, and the creature, making a lightning-fast movement, clicks its mandibles just once. The cry addressed to Eve and frozen forever on Khan's lips never manages to escape, and the girl, as if enchanted, watches as the blood of her comrade, who was just alive, sprinkles the area. The archer, unable to cope with her emotions, screams hysterically, but then pulls herself together. Rushing forward, she asks with hatred how this monster dared to attack this guy, and, succumbing to emotion, he fires a volley of his arrows at the creature, forgetting about caution. This turns out to be dangerous. Blinded by rage, Sweetring does not have time to react in time to the monster's movements, and the very next moment the girl flies forward, hearing crackling and splashing sounds behind her. Seeing that the archer can still be saved, the leader rushes towards her, shouting her name along the way. And then a team member, who had remained anonymous until now, steps forward. Its magical light blinds the monster, causing it to make grinding sounds. Somehow, this girl manages to make the monster flee, and his inhuman language can still be heard for some time, interspersed with the rustling of the trees. The team leader continues to sit in front of the archer even when he becomes completely silent. Well, the girl apologizes, justifying herself by saying that the spell took longer because she was not used to it. The healer says that, besides healing, this is the only spell, protective light magic. But it's not offensive magic, and his girlfriend can only use it once a day. Expressing joy that the plan worked, the healer suggests leaving before the monster returns. Eve finds the strength to ask the archer, who has regained consciousness, if she is okay. She snaps back, asking if that's really what it looks like. And considering that these words sound much more like mockery, the girl feels guilty and asks her interlocutor for forgiveness for her stupid question. In response to these words, Sweetring addresses her formally, to which Eve responds tensely. Struggling to get up, the archer orders her support to track down the creature and take it out. The girl tenses up even more, inertially shouting out the question of whether her interlocutor is in her right mind, and she thinks that she is the only one who is out of her mind, because she should have been the first and only one to die. After all, the monster was aiming specifically at Eve, and now, because of her cowardice and negligence, the team's main damage dealer died. With all the hatred she can muster, the archer says that it is all on her interlocutor's conscience. Somewhere in another universe, a girl chuckles thoughtfully, looking at what she holds between her fingers. Will is concerned about whether she should use the drug or whether it is better to abstain. The person in charge of the first group exploring the ship's dungeons says they found nothing. The brother and sister ask their interlocutor to check again, and she reports that numerous tests have been carried out. And he adds that this ring has no characteristics. It is a low-ranking item. The researcher says the item is completely useless, but the Golds insist on re-examination. Will imagines how the woman was looking forward to examining her ring from top to bottom. Brother and sister are unanimous in their opinion about this crazy scientist. Gloria asks Will why the test didn't reveal anything, and she says the same thing happened at the hospital. It is difficult to assume that the problem could lie in the girl's idiotic character. The blonde pounces on her brother, reproaching him for an extremely unsuccessful joke. Watching the relatives bicker, Will suggests that a second reassessment might be in order. Trudum agrees with her, saying that it will really be more effective, and asks to take something. When asked what it is, the guy says it's a deworming pill. Will finds these attempts to help pathetic. The girl overheard the question of how many A-rank researchers could be recruited now. The guy asks his interlocutor to continue gathering everyone until he gets there himself, saying that he will try to gather everyone he can. Trudum stops short when he notices the girl. She looks at the guy who addressed her with bewilderment, trying to figure out what he was thinking about. Hearing the sound of approaching footsteps, the man turns to look at the newcomer, and, throwing the ash off his cigarette, he tells his interlocutor, who is Trude, that he is late. When introducing himself, A-rank damage dealer Pacified suggests that researcher Gold has become quite relaxed. Soder also introduces himself, revealing himself to also be an A-rank damage dealer, but one who uses weapons. Will follows suit, giving her fake rank and saying she's here with Trudome. The guys are unanimously confused, not understanding what a C-rank girl is doing here. Pacified calls the D-class shield trash, and Will takes offense, saying that her late ex gave it to her. When she talks about reliability, she almost blurts out that she is immortal. But with labor, she gets there in time, and he asks the girl to filter her words. The man considers this researcher to be out of her mind. Rijik says that he is ready to vouch for her skills, but not for her character. The interlocutor chuckles thoughtfully and long drawn out. Soder expresses uncertainty about whether they need a C-rank person on the team. Trude stands up for the girl, admitting that he is now also a C-class, like his sister. This is news to the woman she is talking to, and she asks how something like this could have happened. Trudum says that unlike Will, he himself will be of little use. And besides, the girl's friend is inside. Pacified, calculating the team's strength, wonders if they will be able to clear the dungeon with such a composition. Trudome replies that there is currently a shortage of A-ranks, as they are busy with other matters. He advises that as soon as they enter the dungeon, they should try to kill the boss to open the exit. First of all, we need to concentrate on the rescue operation and deal with the rest gradually. The guy also talks about what to do in one of the worst-case scenarios. Then, with a heavy heart, you have to forget about salvation, because the low-ranking ones will most likely be dead. Pacified and Soder unanimously accept the announced layout, expressing their understanding. Approaching the brunette, Trudome addresses her, lowering his voice almost to a whisper. He begs her to drive it like a normal tank, without doing anything strange, because now he can only count on her. The guy asks the girl not to eat all that junk and asks if she took the pill. Trudum promises to buy Will new equipment if she behaves well. The girl is inspired by this proposal and responds with an enthusiastic yes. Suddenly, faint echoes reach her, but the girl knows exactly who they belong to. Looking towards the portal, the girl swallows nervously, causing a questioning look from her interlocutor. Will can clearly sense the mantises, wondering why they are there now. The girl asks her friend for clarification, recalling his words about the secret A-rank examiner, and he confirms them. And then Will says that she has changed her mind, announcing her desire to enter the dungeon immediately. The guy is amazed by such a sharp change in the girl's mood and is unable to get used to her. And those who noticed Will's actions ask anyone to stop her, drawing everyone's attention to the tanker. But the brunette doesn't care anymore, because having seen her goal, she relentlessly moves towards it. Soder was the fastest of all, reacting to the request for help instantly. Catching up with the fugitive, she asks if she really doesn't know the rules of conduct in the dungeons. Addressing the C-rank tanker, the blonde says that the safety of the team comes first. But then something incredible happens. To his surprise, Soder feels a powerful push. Already in the air, the girl keeps a close eye on the brunette as she continues her escape. And she, turning around, says that she hasn't heard of such a rule and wishes the blonde good luck. The girl hit herself hard and gasped, beginning to suspect that the tanker's rank was not C at all. It's hard to admit that Will is technically a C rank, but she's actually an S-class tank. Pacified gets confused. Trudum starts to get angry, telling his interlocutor to treat the girl like an S rank and to move. The man accepts the order, and Soder echoes him, adding that he feels offended by it. Sweetring continues to insist, telling the support to just come out and take responsibility for what happened. Eve, in response, asks his interlocutor to watch her language, reminding her that she was hit in the back, not in the head. The leader of the group intervenes in the conversation, asking the girls to stop swearing. He regrets Khan's death, but believes that there have been enough deaths and that no more can be allowed to happen. The guy understands the confusion after the appearance of an A-rank monster, but he needs to calm down. The fair-haired man is sure that they should be pulled out soon. The guild should have already noticed the anomaly. After he says they need to wait for a rescue party, Eve asks again. The words of the instructor, who had just told about a similar case, came to the girl's mind. And then he said that after the arrival of a special squad, they would all be liquidated. Then a plan begins to form in the support's head, according to which they themselves can defeat the monster. Workson says he knows what Eve is thinking, but if she dies here, her death will be meaningless. The girl tries to object to him, but the guy continues to speak, arguing his words. As soon as he says that it will be difficult for their rank to kill an A rank, the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. The guy starts, wondering how this creature could find them so quickly, and the monster attacks without delay, not allowing any additional words to be inserted. The guy holds back the pressure as best he can, but the wooden shield is already cracking at the seams. Finally, he can't take it anymore, and the girls scream, asking the group leader to be careful. The mantis instantly turns its gaze to the speaker, rushing towards another target. The grasping limb rushes towards Eve faster than the wind, rushing past the tense and frightened girls. As the giant paw sinks its spikes into the fragile body, the support lets out a piercing scream, putting up a fight. The praying mantis, oddly enough, brings its prey to itself rather slowly, moving weakly like a fly in a web. Because the movements cause pain, Eve asks the monster to let her go. Raising her voice, the girl says that she is in pain, wondering why everything is happening only to her. The pain turns into aggression, making the support feel stronger. Her voice sounds more insistent. Sweetring rhetorically asks what is wrong with this woman, believing that Eve has gone crazy, and the latter continues to rage, accusing them of now having to wait for a rescue team. The realization that she would no longer be able to join the red ship only made it more painful. The mantis is not going to tolerate the accusations any longer and squeezes the paw harder, causing the girl to cry out in pain. The pain is so intense that it takes your breath away, making your voice sound choppy, until your vision goes dark. After saying for the last time that she is in pain, Eve falls silent, powerless to even speak. She feels like she's about to be torn in half, and she wonders if she's really going to die like this. A conversation with Will involuntarily pops into my head when the girl was ready to share. She told how her head or arms were torn off, but she could not die because of the cursed ring. This made her want to die, because it was impossible to endure this torment. EF doesn't understand why she suddenly remembered this, wondering how the girl survived all of this back then. After all, she probably felt even more pain, and even more fear, and worse than the support does now. And in her gloomy thoughts, the girl does not notice the guy rushing to her aid. Raising his shield like a weapon above his head, Workson fearlessly approaches the monster and strikes. The blow is powerful, causing the creature to make an inarticulate but clearly pain-filled sound. She loses concentration and the prey slips from the weakened limb, hitting the ground and screaming. The blonde man puzzles the researcher with his apology for being late. He says that normally, according to the rules, he shouldn't do this, but he can't let the talents go to waste. And under the piercing heather of the praying mantis, the girl learns that Workson is a member of the Red Ship Guild. The monster's scream suddenly dies down, and he turns his head to the side, listening in surprise. Moving its head from side to side, the creature freezes, as if it has found what it needs. The guy rhetorically asks what he's staring at, and the girl understands what he's talking about. Will appears from the thicket, gesturing vigorously and rejoicing that they have been found. Workson asks if Eve knows her, not recognizing her, to which she replies that the brunette is her friend. Tears well up in the support's eyes when she realizes that Will is here to save her. And the brunette, looking at the praying mantis, says that this is what will give her a brand new shield. Eve cries out in shock, clarifying that Will did not come to save her at all. And it occurs to Workson that the girl is talking about his A-rank shield. Some time ago, Will leaned forward to reach her opponent faster. They were perfectly visible to her, unlike herself, but they heard their approach, not without surprise. Pleased with her plan, the girl removes the shield, gripping it more comfortably in her hand, and he throws it in an arc, hitting several opponents at once with a dull sound. In this way, she manages to inflict several wounds at once, the element of surprise making its contribution. And, thrown at the right angle, the shield, meanwhile, unfolds like a boomerang, and he finishes off an already seriously wounded enemy, extracting death sounds from him. Skillfully grabbing the shield, the girl clicks her tongue with a hint of disappointment, calling the slain monster another loser. Will is irritated by the thought of having to find her goal on her own, running into weaklings along the way. She's almost certain that killing something so small won't increase her stats because they're D rank. Thinking about it, the girl wants to choose a different direction this time. She believes the most favorable outcome is one where they gather in one place. Once again, looking around the area and those gathered there, the girl concludes both the mantis and her new shield are in the same place, which is a good thing. Laughing contentedly, the girl remarks that she is incredibly lucky. The support asks why her friend didn't mention her, and she says that she was convinced that Eve was alive. The monster looks at Will carefully, watching the girl's every movement. Workson, in turn, watches the creature, noting that it remains motionless again. The guy can't understand why the monster behaves so uncharacteristically, then with Eve, and now with Will. Involuntarily, it reminds him of a person who is tracking someone specific. Meanwhile, Will, passing by the blonde man, stops and speaks again. She states with satisfaction that she liked this shield. The girl reaches out to take it, but Workson tightens his grip, and he asks if Will wants to let her go, but she denies it, saying that she hasn't received payment yet. Engrossed in fighting the girl, Workson doesn't notice the quick movement to the side. Realization comes to him only at the last moment, when the end of the mantis's paw is centimeters away. Will prevents the inevitable from happening by fending off the attack, which sends the boy falling to the ground. The blow is so strong that the old shield can't withstand it, and the girl gasps. What upsets her more than the fact that it was broken is the fact that it was a gift from her late ex. Addressing the monster in a growling tone, the girl cannot stand still. Annoyed, with a battle cry, she strikes the insolent man with all her might. Tom finds himself unable to withstand such pressure, and he falls on his back, already hitting his head on it. Eve cries out in surprise, realizing that her friend's strength has increased since the last time. For girls who haven't even seen anything like it, it has an even stronger effect. Even the A-rank tanker, who clearly didn't expect such a thing from Will, is surprised by the inhuman strength. The latter wonders if this creature is dead, since its stats have not yet increased. The blonde man asks Eve if he and this girl are friends, and she confirms it. Then the guy asks what her rank is, to which the interlocutor becomes puzzled and begins to hesitate. She wants to say that A, but still calls it technical. The others consider it nonsense. Taking the shield from Workson, Will says that it is now hers. Since her own is broken, the guy is indignant. He tells the girl to return it, but she runs away laughing, saying that she doesn't want to do it. In the end, Will is proven right, as the mantis rises with a terrible roar. Workson, who is chasing the girl, stops, and the fugitive follows his example. Horrified that he is still alive, the boy asks Will to return his shield to him immediately, but the girl brushes him off, She is interested in how durable this thing is. And, not listening to the guy's lamentations about the loss of his shield, the brunette rushes into battle. Pushing off the ground harder, a satisfied Will attacks the praying mantis with her new outfit. Turning sharply to see her opponent, the girl prepares for her next maneuver. And as soon as the monster finds its target with its eyes, it already rushes towards him. He tries to attack the girl, but she ends up in a completely different place. And, enjoying his idea, Will sharply moves forward, using the shield again. The monster screams wildly as the improvised weapon slices through its body, severing another limb. The shield, spinning in a wide arc after its maneuver, returns to its new owner. Having deftly caught it, Will is already playing out the next move in his head. And, hovering in the air not far from the screaming mantis, he begins to study it, looking for weak spots. Remembering that she almost forgot, the girl says that she wanted to ask him about something. Although it is different from those she has met, it is still a praying mantis. So the girl asks him if the creature knows what it is. She clarifies, showing the former parasite ring, that this is the item in question. The creature's pupil reacts, dilating, and some recognition is noticeable in it. The mantis starts to speak, but Will doesn't understand him and asks what he's talking about. And then the creature bursts into a loud scream, which eventually turns into an inarticulate hum. Eve, giving in to the instinct of self-preservation, covers his ears, squinting tightly from the unpleasant sound. Everyone else follows her example, and Workson simultaneously tries to understand what this girl means, but she doesn't understand the monster, which she tells him, calling the interlocutor's pronunciation complete crap. And with all the force she can muster, she thrusts her improvised weapon into him, and the creature, losing strength, begins to scream in pain, but in a completely inarticulate voice. This spectacle is literally breathtaking. Not everyone can stand this picture, and although Eve has known Will longer than anyone, it is still difficult even for her to watch this. The girl mentally admits that she knows about the changes that have occurred in her neighbor since that day. However, she still has doubts whether this is the same Will Good that the support knew. And although she looks like Will Good on the outside, it seems that inside the girl has become completely different. The snake trembles from exhaustion. The sounds escaping from it are barely audible and plaintive. With his last strength, he tries to reach the exit, cherishing his last hope of salvation. However, his wish is not destined to come true. He understands this when he hears the painfully familiar footsteps behind him, and the next moment becomes fatal for him. His whole life flashes before his eyes, forcing him to scream. The predator drowns out the other's cry with its own, threateningly clicking its mandibles. Looking at its victim, the praying mantis begins to say something to it in its own language, and the voice of the one who never stopped trembling again becomes plaintive, asking for mercy. But the predator is merciless, mercilessly sinking its teeth into the flesh of its victim. The chomping sounds echo throughout the cave as more than one praying mantis dines here. But suddenly, their peaceful meal is interrupted, forcing them to turn their frightened gaze towards the sound. They don't just leave their food. The monsters move towards this desperate call. He spreads for many miles in the hope that at least someone can help him. The one calling for help turns out to be the one from whom Will saved her friend and her partners. The latter asks in a parental tone if the monster could be quieter, and pushing away from his flesh, he says that screaming will not be able to help him in any way. Starting to laugh, the girl expresses the opinion that the praying mantis would look good with a broken head, and with one sure blow, she cuts the creature from the crown to the very ground. The expression on his face is frozen, like an unexpressed cry asking him to stop. The praying mantises in the cave continue to look towards the now faded sound, continuing to listen. A clearly distinct voice is heard behind them, saying that the girl has been caught, and then the creature switches to the language of monsters. And the characteristic, meanwhile, increases by 1. Will is amazed that even killing an A-rank monster now gives so little experience. The girl considers this unfair because she only got dirty. Orksan is amazed that the tanker killed such a creature, when even a damage dealer would have had a hard time. He also doesn't recall hearing about a tank that can do something like that with just a shield. And while Will is busy cleaning, the guy wonders where such a thing escaped from. Soder admires, clarifying who exactly this brunette is. A tank or a damage dealer? After all, the girl managed to kill all these monsters alone. Pacified inquires about the target's location, and is confidently told that they know where it is. The man then suggests not to waste time, but first open the exit, and he is supported. When he is deep in thought, the blonde, who has noticed this, clarifies what is wrong. Pacified finds the lack of monsters from the upgraded dungeon strange. They usually come in crowds. The girl suggests that this might be a new kind of dungeon, and says that it's even better for them. She believes that everything can work out the way they want, while her interlocutor talks about the selfishness of the East ranks. Soda agrees with this, but recalls that Will went here to save her friend. Pacified, exhaling heavily, admits that they need to find a common language. There is no other way. Yawning sweetly, Will considers whether to go look for another praying mantis. The guy gets scared, asking if the girl came to get them out of here, and, receiving a strange answer, he asks why he needed to come here at all. He is also stressed out by the fact that his shield was taken away, and Sweetring is trying to understand what is happening. When Will says she came here instead of Trudum, Workson is surprised that they know each other, and then it dawns on the guy, and an interesting episode comes back to his memory. Judging by what happened last time with Trudome, his friend's teamwork is probably also terrible. The fair-haired man wonders why the guild always sends people like this to help. Will is about to leave, offering this guy to continue whining alone, but he refuses. He asks the girl not to leave, because then their lives will be in more serious danger. When told that Will's friend is also here, the brunette says that it's not her problem. She asks him to let her go, but the guy refuses, asking him to help them first if the girl is going to leave. At about the same time, a voice comes from the side asking the researcher what he is doing. Pacified informs his colleague that they have come for them, and Soder calls him pathetic. Noticing that the rescue team is here, Will asks if she can go. The guys clarify the direction, reminding her that the brunette came to save her friend. Pacified says that she needs to be taken out of the dungeon. The man asks his interlocutor not to say that she came here only because of someone else's shield, and he remembers how Workson boasted about his latest brand new shield. Asking if the shield is really cute, Will says that it is now her new weapon. This becomes the last straw, and after a few seconds of hesitation, the man takes off. Calling Will obscene names, he rushes into battle, and Workson warns that she is very strong. Pacified doesn't care and tries to stop the brunette from laughing and walking away, and the smile disappears from Eve's face, because harmful thoughts involuntarily arise in his head. Later, Pacified reveals that they plan to clear out the monsters and the C-rank monster to open the exit. When asked if there are any questions, Will clarifies that they will only be released after the boss is gone. Sweetring is now concerned about the outcome of the test, so she asks if this outcome means the test has failed. The man says he is not a judge, and his colleague admits that this is also the first time he has been in such a situation. The archer quietly laments her fate, as she had a chance to get into the red ship. Ef also thinks that she also doesn't want to leave the guild as soon as she's on the threshold. Turning to Vorkson, the girl asks if it is possible to continue the test. He says that in order for the exam to be counted, you need to kill all the monsters inside the dungeon and the final boss. But the dungeon has changed ranks, and the girl does not lose hope, suggesting to avoid dangers by killing normal mobs. The guy reminds you that you shouldn't throw your life away, but rather that you need to live until the next chance. And he also asks how the girl is going to clear the dungeon without a tank and a damage dealer. Eve thinks that at times like these, she wants to take matters into her own hands and clear the dungeon alone. Just as sadness appears on the support's face again, Will finds his friend with his gaze. She immediately turns to her, and the researcher responds to the call. Will suggests to his friend that they leave because, as this guy said, there will still be a chance. Eve is surprised by this because her interlocutor knows about her situation, knows that she even fails interviews. Emotions take over, and the girl accuses Will of being here only for fun, and because of her, the dungeon rank has increased. The brunette doesn't take offense, continuing to encourage her friend and asking her not to be so serious. Eve shouts down the speaker, declaring that she will never get another chance. The support asks why they are trying to persuade her to leave when she says that this is her last chance. Will asks the girl not to get upset, saying that she said that because it was difficult for her due to a serious injury. The brunette continues, saying that her interlocutor should value her life because she only has one. Workson intervenes in the conversation, nodding along and suggesting they calm down and then go in search of a way out. Eve says that Will is offering her the opportunity to leave so easily because she is strong. She herself is weak. Every chance is important, and asks the brunette to remember the attitude of those around you when you are weak. Eve asks why Will came here if she says such things, suggesting to ignore her. The girl believes that she shouldn't have gone there that day, because she wouldn't be standing here now. Understanding what the support was getting at, Will said her name in a cold tone. The girl realizes that she said something stupid, but it's too late. Workson suggests that they quarrel outside and does not have time to finish his next words. 4. Tearing herself away from the spot, the brunette stretches out her hand to Eve to grab her even faster, almost touching the girl with her fingers. She agrees that it is indeed better for the support to die here. Eve thinks that she only understood everything after leaving the Gads Guild, namely, how pathetic it looks when no one needs you. Memories of her previous team make her think that at least she was needed there. That was until they decided to go to that hidden dungeon. The girl wondered where she was going again, and why she was doing all this. Eve didn't understand why such a pretty girl and a good tank would tolerate someone like Happiness. The girl then came to the conclusion that Will might have liked this, but she considered it stupid. Now this very brunette is the one in whose hands lies the life of the support in the literal sense of the word. Choking on tears and in between gulps of air, Eve asks Will to stop, and she, turning to the support, asks if she wants to say anything goodbye. Eve thinks about how much their positions have changed during this time. The support doesn't want to give up so easily. She keeps contacting her referee. With disobedient lips, the girl whispers words about how she is scared, that she wants to live. She remembers how she used to beg the brunette to save her and spare her. Before, Eve clung to her because she wanted to live. But now, she has other thoughts. Now the support believes that she should have accepted her fate and died that day. Will hesitates for only a moment before agreeing with her, saying that she knows best. Even through her tears, Eve sees all too clearly how someone else's fist is approaching her. She closes her eyes tightly to try to minimize the pain at least a little. However, she doesn't follow suit, and instead the girl hears the sound of a pistol being released from safety, and then a familiar voice asks researcher Will Good to calm down. Pacified reminds us that they came here to save lives, not to take them. He offers to satisfy his bloodlust outside after he completes his mission. The blonde admires her partner's cruelty, but agrees that the mission is indeed important. There is a sound like an explosion, and Soder notices that here he is. She suggests opening the exit first, since they are located close to the boss's lair. Will still holds Eve, but her confidence is not as strong as before. The support's eyes widen as she realizes the grip on her neck is loosening, and when the brunette finally lets go of her and gets up, she calls her name questioningly. Wishing the boys good luck, Will says that she won't go, no matter whether they die or not. Soder asks what's wrong with her again, and clarifies whether she's walking or not. The brunette advises them not to interfere, unless, of course, they all want to die. The man asks the blonde not to worry about it, confident that Will return as soon as he calms down. Pacified asks the C-rank researcher if she has changed her mind about leaving. She pauses for quite a long time, during which she swallows back tears, and then she says that it really would be better for her to leave. Pacified orders everyone to get ready, because once they kill the monsters, they will be able to leave. Workson fusses over the shield, promising to take better care of it and never abandon it. But Will snatches the gear from the guy's hands, telling him to give it back to her, and he whines again. The brunette, who has already recovered, asks if she just needs to pull them out, and they answer yes. Eve addresses the girl, while Soder, standing nearby, touches her pistol in warning. The support says she was wrong, but Will ignores her words as he walks past. And then he stops, turning to Eve, who responds, asking what is it? Will says that this is what she has to do here, because he made a promise. Therefore, the brunette advises that when Eve gets out of here, he should not be seen by her again. The support worker hesitates for just a moment, then nods in agreement, confirming his agreement and apologizing. When she begins to be treated, the girl finds such a high speed of healing strange. She wonders if a C-rank healer can be that strong. Meanwhile, Hill turns to the researcher, and she explains what's going on. The girl asks what happened, believing that it did not look like an ordinary fight between two friends. Eve says that it's all because she's a loser and blames others for it, and also apologizes for making the situation difficult. The interlocutor assumes that others share the support position, but she herself does not understand anything else, namely, why Eve does not believe her friend's words and also does not believe in her own strength. But it's all good because everyone here has been through it, even her. And the healer advises the girl to believe in herself at least a little more. Worksan asks if they are finished with the treatment and suggests that the girls follow the squad. The guy is surprised at how quickly the healer completed her duty, and she thanks her interlocutor. Since this is boss territory, it should be over quickly, even if there are more mobs than expected. To prevent others wandering around from interfering, several researchers cover the rear. Soder is flattered to be attacked by 2 monsters at once. The girl says she is at a loss as to who to target first. She ends up choosing the closest one and knocking it back, opening the door for the second monster. But not for long, because the next moment, under the puzzled gaze of his fellow, he rushes at him. Biting into soft flesh, the serpent evokes a brutal cry of pain from the wounded. The blonde praises the monster, finding that he fights well. Having finished its work, the creature makes a long sound, and Soder asks if he expects praise. Agreeing to these conditions, the girl jumps towards her newfound pet, and, cutting off his head with one precise movement, he calls him a good boy. Returning to pacify, the girl asks if he is finished. He notices that she is losing to him. The blonde doesn't see anything shameful in this, suggesting, in this case, to take them home and re-educate them. The interlocutor thinks for literally a second before saying that it sounds convincing. Soder confirms these words, and Pacified agrees to agree that they are equal. When they take a break after dealing with the nearby monsters, splashes of blood reach them. The serpent doesn't even have time to fully roar out the curse in its own language. It is drowned out by a gurgling sound. His fellow creature suffers a similar fate, and he doesn't even have time to understand how it happened. Amidst all this bloody ball, a brunette circles, skillfully dodging. And Soder says that no matter which way you look at it, she doesn't look like a tank. When Will finishes his work, parts and limbs of corpses still fall to the ground. She thinks that she acted strangely because she thinks that she should have killed Eve. The girl can't figure out why she couldn't do it. With a heart-rending cry, the serpent rises on its tail, showing its superiority. But Will is not frightened by this maneuver, and the very next moment she gets rid of the upstart. And the thought of why she couldn't accomplish such an easy task still doesn't leave her. Looking at the support, Will wonders if she should do it now. She was going to do it later anyway, so what difference did it make? The girl involuntarily recalls Eve's words about how she used to cling to the brunette. But now, she regrets it. Another memory that comes to mind is when the support found Will after a long search. Then she asked her about the reason for the tears, guessing that they were Happiness's fault. And she got angry. Will began to defend her boyfriend, justifying herself by saying that it was all her fault, that she was an insignificant tank. The brunette shared that for the past 3 years, entering the dungeons has been as scary as if it were the first time. She considered herself only a burden, and she was very ashamed of it. Will also wanted to be useful, but Eve thought otherwise, reminding that the brunette is at the forefront, which, in her opinion, is simply amazing. Will asked incredulously if this was true, to which her interlocutor responded in the affirmative, asking her not to be discouraged. After a short silence, Eve turned to the brunette again, who responded with fear. The support promised to apply as many buffs as she could when they entered the dungeon, and all this so that the tanker girl wouldn't be scared. Will caught his breath from emotion. The brunette noted that the buffs needed to be distributed evenly, and Eve was convinced of her interlocutor's prudence. She also said that she now feels much better and thanked the support team for their support. Eve offered to contact her anytime if Will needed any more support. The brunette politely declined the advice to break up with Happiness and the offer to live with her. And now it dawns on Will that she didn't kill Eve for only one simple reason. Although, in the end, even this turned out to be a simple lie. Now, looking at the woman standing opposite and looking at her ingratiatingly, Will is torn, and he thinks that he will probably continue his loneliness throughout his immortal life. Upon entering the shattered sanctuary, the voice states that this is the place he needs. And this statue is a C-rank boss, and is called the Sanctuary Statue. Pacified is informed that although she looks like a statue, she is actually alive, and that she is also called Nike. The guy starts talking about the ability, but the interlocutor is not interested, because it is only C rank. Pacified says that they will take care of everything themselves from now on. Soder suggests preparing to leave the dungeon. The man suggests sorting everything out quickly, without any distractions, and the blonde jokes in response. But in the end, she agrees that they will finish Nika quickly, adding that she is very excited. Soder says the statue is undressing, to which the man replies that he is not interested. The girl notices that there is something cool hiding under the sanctuary statue's clothes, and Pacified, turning around and seeing the huge mouth, states this with irritation. Soder laughs, calling the researcher a pervert, and he advises the girl to finish off the boss as quickly as possible. Worksan also makes fun of his elder brother, who, becoming even more irritated, advises him to shut up. Will is lost in her own thoughts, still tormented by the question. But then she is distracted. Pacified asks the brunette if she feels better, and asks them to leave the dungeon together after the exit opens. At this moment, the monster in the background rushes at its opponent with a piercing scream. Soder does nothing, allowing his opponent to get closer. When she smiles, the man behind her asks why she needs it, and talks about the dangers of staying inside. Pacified continues to list arguments, talking about their ignorance about monster ranks. He says that the interlocutor will not survive here alone if there are a lot of A and S rank monsters. Pacified suggests returning to the dungeon later with Trudome after he has regained his strength. When Will says that this fool is no help to her, the man mentally curses the S ranks for their arrogance. Meanwhile, Soder is praised for her excellent work, and she, giggling, asks not to be embarrassed. Worksan says that now that the boss is dead, it's even easier to breathe. All that remains is to find a way out. The girls agree, but none of them are happy with this outcome, because their dream was at stake. The fair-haired man is informed that they are going to look for a way out, and he agrees. What is happening seems strange, because usually the exit appears inside the cave in this dungeon. The thought arises that the boss is still alive, but in contrast, a notification about the completion of the cleanup pops into my memory. The guy suggests looking around outside, assuming that he might have appeared somewhere there. The girl repeats the words about the strangeness and notes that they have never gone so far before. After thinking about it, her companion agrees with the words, offering to return. Turning around, he doesn't find the girl and cautiously addresses her by name. The researcher's whole body shakes and she coughs, gurgling sounds escaping from her chest. With a voice trembling from tension, with the last of her strength, the girl asks the guy to help her. Out of helplessness, he can think of nothing better to do than desperately call her by name. The system window that appeared before his eyes made the hair on the guy's back stand on end. With a trembling voice, he now asks what it is and what they should do now. And behind me, I hear the heavy tread of an unknown creature, making my whole body tense. The sound of water flowing down is interrupted by a familiar and strong male voice. Pacified can't understand why the researchers are taking so long to find a way out. Soder makes a guess. The man considers the idea that they could get lost to be stupid. Since this dungeon is not new, they have been here many times. At that very moment, a system window appears before everyone's eyes, causing surprise. The same applies to everyone else, scaring researchers with the unexpectedness of the notification. Worksan cannot resist the question that occupies everyone's minds. What is it? The gist of the notification is that the dungeon boss has been replaced and must be defeated to escape. Looking at the letters of the text in front of her, the brunette clicks her tongue, considering what is happening absurd. There is a commotion among the researchers, as they were only supposed to defeat a C-rank boss. Soder asks everyone to calm down, asking Pacified what their plan is now. The man says the plan is the same. To get out, you need to kill the boss. The only problem now is rank. Worksan is curious why the dungeon is behaving this way, first increasing its rank, then changing the boss. Soder says that life is complicated. Pacified expresses this with the argument that it is impossible to quit smoking. The girl asks what happened to the researchers who went in search of the exit, offering to look for them. Soder asks if they can wait for help outside, but his interlocutor sees a different problem. When they say they can only last with someone of S-class, they become unanimous, and immediately they both turn to the researcher, who irritably asks what else they need. The man reminds her of the notice that says she can only escape after killing the boss. He asks the researcher to join their team, at least temporarily, to close the dungeon. The girl tells her interlocutor to kneel down, and he asks again, puzzled. She explains that she doesn't really like being part of teams, so she needs to try to persuade her. Soder considers this blatant impudence, and Pacified wonders how the earth even bears it. On the other hand, Trudum sighs heavily, cursing and asking if this is really normal. Thinking that he can't help in this situation, the guy remembers the reverse scene. Will tried to persuade him to send her to the dungeon because she was the only S rank. There was nothing to object to. The more the guy thinks about it now, the angrier he gets, asking the girl not to complicate the situation. They approach him, expressing their opinion that Trudum should answer the call. The thing is that the head of the guild himself wants to talk to the guy, and he tenses up, not expecting something like this. At the other end, noticing that they hadn't seen each other for almost a month, they ask how the red-haired one is doing. He tries to make excuses, saying that the reason is the business trip of the guild leader himself, who went abroad. The interlocutor retorts, but he is concerned about something else. Why Goldov is not on the list of S-ranked people, Trudum explains superficially. He himself assumes that the head of the guild has not yet received a report from the officer. The guild leader asks what good Trudum is, despite all his sister's efforts. After pausing to get a grip on his emotions, the guy eventually apologizes. The interlocutor says that this should not be done in front of him, but in front of his sister, who has been through a lot. He keeps silent with difficulty, fearing that if he opens his mouth, he might blurt out something unnecessary. And the head asks about the unknown person on the list and the reason for this, the redhead explains. And he adds that although she is still registered as a C rank, she is in fact strong. The interlocutor says that he is hearing this name for the first time and asks where Trudum got such a friend. The guy replies that this researcher is his close friend. The guild leader assumes that she is the reason for Trudum's absence from the guild. When the guy remains silent, the interlocutor asks him not to worry about expenses, saying goodbye until they meet in person. Exhaling, Trudum admits that he unbearably dislikes all this talk. They ask him what's wrong, and the redhead denies it, saying that matters with the rescue operation are much more important. The interlocutor reports that the Lotus and Golden Heart guilds have notified of their intention to send assistance. Having heard the name of the first guild, the guy cannot resist swearing at its leader. There is speculation that the big guilds have started to stir because the dungeon has changed ranks. The head of the Red Ship orders to find out everything about a girl named Will Good. The order is accepted for execution. Tapping his finger on his other hand, the man repeats the girl's name, and then, slightly shifting the locus to the redhead, he notices that at least once he did something useful. Meanwhile, after the phrase said by Will a little earlier, everyone turns their gaze to the brunette. But she says that she still doesn't want to, because there is something she would like to explore here. They call her crazy, wondering since when S rank is allowed such liberties. Soda reminds the girl of how she acted earlier and suggests simply waiting for help. The man doesn't answer, heading towards the brunette, which causes the blonde to ask puzzled questions. When they are less than a meter apart, Soder asks him not to mention his intention to fight, and Will's eyes widen in deep surprise. And something alive awakens inside. Worksan screams, coming to his senses first of all those present, asking what he is doing, and Pacified is already on his knees. Soder joins the fair-haired man in his indignation. She asks why her partner decided to indulge this crazy woman, and whether he himself has really gone crazy. Will herself wonders in surprise if the man really has less pride than she thought, and he says that he doesn't care about his own life. He was prepared for this when choosing this path. The lives of others are a different matter for him. He cannot treat them with disdain. Pacified is going to gather everyone, wanting to get out of here alive if possible, and he also wants the researcher standing in front of him to be one of them. Workson scolds the man for what he did, and the latter believes that the younger one should follow his example. Pacified notes that after death there will be no more pride or knees. Workson, almost in tears, asks why his interlocutor decided that he would die, and then Will speaks up, asking why she should join their team. The next question concerns trust. The brunette is interested in why she should trust them. At these words, the support tenses up, realizing where this stone was thrown. The voice of the person standing opposite astonishes the girl, and Pacified begins to present arguments. The first of them is that to clear a dungeon, you need at least 3 people. This is the standard. It's just different with S-rank dungeons. Even with S-rank researchers and support, it won't be easy, especially considering the boss called the King of Predators, known for his strength. Pacified doesn't ask you to trust them, but only cooperation can increase the survival rate. Workson says that if he were Will, he wouldn't help them, because then the other person doesn't know how to approach them. While they are talking among themselves, the brunette is thinking about the words about protection. She begins to withdraw into herself. But her sixth sense comes into play and distracts her from her thoughts. The girl says that the monsters are already here, and at the same moment, in confirmation of her words, a growl is heard. There are several voices, and listening closely, it becomes clear that there is not just one mob, not even two of them. The realization washes over them like ice water, as the researchers are completely surrounded. Some start to panic. Others try to calm them down, reminding them of the dimensions of the entrance and corridors. The guy thinks that if they stay inside, they will be able to wait for help, but he himself is forced to stutter by a sound that does not bode well. And just as he tries to ask not to confirm his guesses, the stones split. One of the researchers shouts out a question suggestion that the praying mantises are making an entrance, and the sound of crumbling stones and streams of dust announce the success of the monster's plan. The researchers realize that the monsters are widening the passage, as it is obvious that they want to get inside. The guy doesn't want to die, asking why the boss changed so suddenly. The girl talks about looking for a way out. Pacified tells them to stop whining because they didn't come here to die. Having ordered everyone to pick up their weapons, the man asks Will whether she is going to help them or not. The girl ignores the answer to the question, and then Pacified gives the order to Workson. He needs to take a position in front, and 2 B-rank melee explorers need to support the tank. The support and healer should provide support from the rear of the tank at this time, they agree. The ranged soldiers are required to provide fire support to the tank from behind. Soder shares weapons. Pacified instructs the last one to protect the support and healer in the middle, but to be ready for a tank swap. Worksan must use aggression and focus the monsters on himself, while the man himself will deal with the monsters. They are still protected from behind, so the chance of attacking them from behind is minimal now. Pacified tells you to focus on support and survival, fighting until the very end. He himself concentrates, ordering himself to cast aside fear, setting an example for others. The monsters peer into the clouds of dust, trying to spot their prey, but suddenly they become puzzled, beginning to sense something very unusual ahead, and soon a humanoid creature flies out of the darkness towards them, its eyes gleaming ominously, and the mantis loses its front leg, emitting a loud, grinding cry. Pacified looks at the creature, casting a writhing shadow in the clouds of dust, dumbfounded. And from the darkness and the stones continuing to fall from the collapsed walls, a familiar voice is heard. And Will says that Pacified is on his knees. She will help them with defense. And she looks at the system window, reminding her that she has become the new boss of this dungeon. The praying mantis's body, torn into 2 parts, sprinkles the girl with its blood. Researchers are amazed at how she was able to destroy the monster with one blow. The fair-haired man, turning to Pacify, believes that they will still be able to get out of here alive. The man thanks Will for deciding to join them and asks her to come over to discuss the plan. The girl does not move or respond, which forces the interlocutor to turn to her again. Everyone freezes in confusion, and Will runs through the possible outcomes in his head, while the system again sends a warning to destroy all who have made their way into this dungeon. Not wanting to see this flashing window, the girl angrily destroys it. She tells them to stop perceiving her as a monster, because she finds it disgusting. Addressing the praying mantises, the girl says that she is a human, completely different from them. Remembering this boss, Will notes that he was unable to communicate with her. The girl assumes that this means that she will not be able to understand all the monsters, or perhaps the creature inside her simply doesn't want to talk to some of its kind. The girl was then distracted from her thoughts by the first notification that she had become the new boss of the dungeon, and Will wondered if letting these guys get out would mean death for her. At the same time, thoughts began to appear in my head that the researchers themselves would soon stop seeing her as a person, and when the man knelt down and begged for the lives of his comrades, something inside the girl trembled. When he said all those words back then, Will realized that this researcher was not like that. After all, that idiot Hepinus, when he prayed, was only concerned about his own life. And now, in a fit of rage at the system, at her ex-boyfriend, and at her own life, the girl is taking justice into her own hands. She crushes the monsters one after another, leaving them no escape route. It's ruthless, instantaneous, and furious. But at the same time, Will realizes that something is wrong. The girl doesn't understand what's wrong with these monsters and why they don't fight back. Will asks these creatures not to say that they think she is on their side. The system again reminds the girl of her current position, and the mantises begin to say something. Will asks them what they are mumbling about, adding that the mobs are annoying her with it. But in fact, the girl doesn't care about this. And with these words, she rushes into battle. She turns to the creatures again, saying that even if they continue to behave this way, it is not scary. After all, this is actually to Will's advantage, and she will be able to sort everything out even faster. Having cut off the head of her next victim, the girl looks out for the next one. The rest can only watch this merciless massacre. Workson asks his interlocutor if the behavior of these monsters seems strange to him. After all, they don't fight off the villas, but Pacified doesn't see a problem with that. Engrossed in conversation, the boy notices the threat only at the last moment. The mantis is thrown back by a powerful blow that hits precisely the weak spots. In the resulting cloud of dust, it is difficult to see whether he is alive or already dead. But you need to be on your guard. Finally, the haze clears, revealing a monster that is at least unconscious, but they still don't dare to remove the barrier, in order to avoid an undesirable outcome. Breathing a sigh of relief that he managed to put up a shield, the guy asks if the others are okay. Soder says she's fine. Pacified is responsible for everyone else equally, and at the moment when the blonde feels relief, the praying mantis begins to move and slowly rises. Straightening up to his full height, he lets out a disgruntled growl, causing Workson to tense up again. The guy, who had already managed to believe in success, is amazed that it is still alive. In response to this, the praying mantis emits a piercing, shrill cry, deafening anyone nearby. The blonde one demonstrates to Pacifidae the attitude of this monster specifically towards them. After all, he has no intention of sparing them at all, so it all looks very strange. Something rushes past him at that very moment, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Something sparkles in the air in front of the guy, rising higher with each swing, and the next moment the praying mantis falls back with a cry of pain, unable to maintain its balance. But Pacified doesn't relax, knowing full well how tenacious these creatures can be. He admits that at such moments he begins to envy the S-rank researchers. But it's still too early for jokes, so the man grips the weapon's handle more tightly and rushes at the enemy. Pushing off from the elevated surface, he jumps high into the air, cutting off the monster's head. As he moves downwards by inertia, the man keeps a close eye on his opponent's body, and, to be absolutely sure, he delivers another powerful blow, finishing what he started. Pacified lands on the ground a little later and hears the blonde man's voice nearby. He notes how easily this S-rank 1 deals with these tough bastards. While he tries to understand since when she is so strong, the mantises make a puzzled, questioning sound. Noticing a group of researchers, the creatures take off from their place, rushing towards them. Workson shouts, rhetorically asking why this whole crowd is running straight towards them. Pacified asks Soder how many monsters she can turn into allies, and she replies that no more than 7. The duration will be about 10 minutes, but the man says that 3 will be enough. He asks the girl not to waste mana, and she agrees, already beginning to carry out the order given to her. Literally a moment later, several of her bullets end up in the heads of the praying mantises. Others approach their relatives, making questioning sounds. In response, such people receive an aggressive cry, and, under the control of Soder, they rush at their former comrades. Those who didn't expect a knife in the back don't even have time to defend themselves, and a battle between their own begins, filling the surroundings with the sounds of screams of pain and misunderstanding. The blonde gives the order to get rid of the wounded beetles. The researchers confirm it. Soder informs those present that the ranged combat masters will provide cover for the rest. The others are also trying hard, not sparing themselves, because team spirit is important against such an opponent. The mortally wounded mantis lets out a weak cry with its last strength, calling for help. But the grinding sound stops as the monster breathes out. Seeing that they are facing a strong opponent, several individuals rush at Pacificide at once, and he, repeating the maneuver performed on the previous opponent, cuts off the head of the nearest monster. Looking at the fallen bodies, the man breathes a sigh of relief, glad that they dealt with everyone. Now he wants to hurry to help researcher Will Good, but, finding the girl with his gaze, he sees how she crushes the monsters surrounding her one after another, and she understands that she doesn't need help, glad that she is on their team. Workson is glad they survived the attack, saying he appreciates allies like him. And Soda agrees. The guy says that he would like them to always remain such allies. The girl agrees. Her gaze becomes surprised when something happens that has never happened before. The allies turn and leave, causing the girl to ask a question full of incomprehension. Turning to Soder, the fair-haired man says that he really doesn't like what he sees now. He starts talking about Will, but stops short, interrupting himself with the words that this cannot be. Hearing an angry roar, clearly directed in her direction, the brunette turns around in surprise. Seeing the approaching praying mantises, she understands that they are clearly coming for her soul. Will is amazed that the others did not fight her, but these ones are attacking her, and this lifts the girl's spirits. She says that she is finally happy.